Regina Solis. Present. Jennifer Brogan. Here. Michael Marquez.
Here.
Jamie Thousand.
Here.
Cody Half Moon. Here. Julie Comic. Here.
Did we pronounce your last name right? Okay. Wonderful. You have an agenda.
Wonderful. Do we have any public participation guests online
Or in person.
or in person?
I'm just an observer.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you for letting me in the door.
Thank you for being here. Everybody on.
Great.
And now I'm gonna hand this over to Trace to get the presentation started.
Great. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commission, our liaison to the council. Thank you for being here. Thank you for letting us present today. What we're trying to accomplish today is that we're going to be presenting to you both a general path forward for FY26. As a reminder, 26 starts July 1st of 25 and goes through June 30 of 26. We're also going to be looking at focuses per vertical. In addition to that, we're going to have associated goals, objectives, and tactics for FY26 for you. Today is a conversation. Please interrupt us. Just raise your hand so we can talk about things that are on your mind while it's on the screen. It's always better than after the fact, but keep in mind that once we present this, you still have 6 more months to follow up and say, hey, what about this or that? And we did forward it to you. So we have a lot of time to massage things as we always do. It will be a plan that hopefully gets recommended by the commission today, which if asked by council, we can always say it was recommended by the commission. Here's the path forward. And we go through a budgeting process, which it cascades from this in essence. So the discussion is free flowing. Please interrupt us. That is really good. I wanted to point out a couple quick things. We have 2 team members who could not make it today. They were approved to not be here. And that's Jessica Johnson. She's our meetings and conventions sales manager.
She's here.
Oh, sorry, Jessica Young. She changed her name and then I got confused. No, she can't go. She cannot go, and she's not our meetings person either. So Jessica Young, who you all know, is our meetings and conventions manager, and she is at a small meeting show in Phoenix today. We also have Meg Roderer, who's our international travel trade sales manager, and she is in Palm Springs at a domestic bus tour conference. Okay, so I'll be doing their sections for them today. Right? And I didn't even make them call in. I said, just go do your thing. We got you. Next slide. I will read this real quickly. We do have a new member of the Tourism Commission, and we are going to do introductions, by the way, right after I read this. So have it on the agenda to do. Discover Flagstaff, and this is our, from our blueprint, it's our mission. Discover Flagstaff increases visitation and visitor spend through responsible marketing, advertising, direct sales, and other programming. This is done by utilizing data-driven strategies and tactics which inspire and motivate year-round visitation, benefiting the community and the community economically and socially. Now that we've done that, I think it's a great idea for us to introduce ourselves, go around the room. Why don't we start with staff so you can be introduced to staff and you may know everybody. Okay. Yeah, sure. And then we'll do commission and council after that, if that's okay. So my name is Trace Ward. I'm the director for Discover Flagstaff. I've been with the city for 9.5 years. This is my 9th annual objective tactics meeting that we're having. It's been changed names a few times, but it's the essence, the same thing. So say again.
For the record, your old is what she said.
Oh. Well, I prefer crusty, but that's fine. Yes, seasoned, crusty. So anywho, that is me, and then I'm gonna go this way, and then we'll just kind of sweep around logically from there.
Sorry, hiding behind you there, Trace. Good morning. I'm Ralph Schmid, Creative Services, your Creative Services Manager. And I've been with the city 10 years already. So, and we have a fantastic team and a really fantastic creative team. So I'll pass it on to Sabrina.
Sabrina Beard, Marketing Specialist for Discover Flagstaff. As of next week, I'll have been with the team for 5 years. Very excited. I work on quite a few different projects. I'll talk about email campaigns today, but I also have been launching some digital passports, which is new for us, and doing quite a bit of research on different opportunities. So I'll think about sweepstakes and events, of course.
Great, great. Good morning, Julie, welcome. Thank you. Yep, very familiar with the other Julie. Yeah, so pleasure to connect with her and make some things happen. Good morning, everyone. Can't wait to hear how ABC's doing. Lori Pappas, Marketing and Media Relations. Hi, Jeannie. You're forward, I'm like, Marketing and Media Relations. Been with the destination for just shy of 9 years. There we go.
Yeah. I think it's great.
Okay.
Carrie.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Carrie Nelson. I'm the admin specialist for Discover Flagstaff. As of this month, I'll be with the city for 30 years.
Hello, I'm Isabel Medlino. I am part of the creative services team, but I do the social media for Discover Flagstaff. I have been with the city for just under 2 years. It'll be 2 years in April. So.
Julie. It's not with look up her face. No.
Me and Julia serve on the community board to get, and hear me say, yes. So let's see if you know someone. So Jessica Johnson, Visitor Center Manager, here 14 years with the destination.
Morning, my name is Ryan Randazzo. I am Marketing and Media Relations Project Manager. I've been with the city for 1 year.
Hi, apologies for my lateness. I am Jennifer Schaffer, part of the creative team, and I have been with the city for 18 years.
Thank you, everybody. And then Heidi Hansen, whom you know will be here as well at some point during the day, and that's what this seat is for. All right, well, terrific. So I thought it would be fun to do a quick, we'll go to the next slide. Did I miss something? Oh, terrific. The commission. I'm so excited to share. So sorry, let's start with our council member.
Thank you. Welcome to the team. I'm Austin Aslin. I've been on council for 6 years now. We just did liaison assignments last night, council. I signed up again for tourism, if you guys have time. You know, the past 2 years have been a wonderful learning opportunity for me. I think that my theory is that Trace and Heidi approached me very strategically a couple of years ago to bring me over from the dark side through osmosis and through relationship building. You know, I kind of came onto council with the public point of view that Flagstaff and tourism, you know, and this was out of pure ignorance. It's like, why do we need to work on this? It happens on its own. And I know that it doesn't. That is definitely something that's been drilled into me over the past couple of years, and something I've really come to appreciate and value the wisdom of. You guys do a lot of hard work. You guys do an incredible amount of heavy lifting to get the economy in Flagstaff, you know, self-sufficient, and there's a lot of challenges for you all. It's exciting. It's been an exciting journey for me, and I'm excited to keep going again if you guys will have me.
Of course, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Thousand. I have Satchmo's Barbecue. We operate the kitchen at Mother Road, and we're 66 catering and events. I just got re-elected to be on the commission, and it's such a great place to be in. I feel like in all the stuff I've done in Flagstaff, this is probably the most influential. It helps, especially in our sector of entertainment.
Jennifer Rogan, I own Peak Events, so I own and produce the Flagstaff Oktoberfest, working with Flagstaff Pride this year and city on an event hopefully in February. Yeah, I have no idea.
Good times.
Welcome, congratulations. Being on the commission, my name is Ellen Cass, and I'm here in the C-suites. So I've been in hospitality, tourism for 32 years now. And it's one of those things that you either love it or you don't. I absolutely love it. It's great to be a part of bringing folks into our community. And I feel our role here with the commission is to support this amazing team. There's so much talent, they do so much. Everything's in-house, and they rock it at going. I'm grateful to be part of it.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Regina Salas. I think this is my 7 years of voluntary for the commission. First 4 years were as the council liaison to the commission. 2 years ago, I was appointed to serve with the commission. Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor. I'm also the volunteer CEO for Northern Game Tourism and Restaurant Association. We are fledgling association. Char is serving as assistant director for cooking to workforce. So we recently initiated a county-wide study on the so that report is coming.
Good to see you. Michael Marcus with Motherwell Brewing. Short and sweet. Everybody in Russia's video, so it's like. I've made it 2 years and no one's kicked me off yet. I don't know.
He likes us a lot. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm the chief marketing executive with Pulitzer. And my background is in Houston, so I'm kind of a newbie around here, but for 4 years. I think it takes 2 30 to be a local. I don't really understand. Nice to meet you.
Guess that brings it to me. Julie Comnick, I'm honored to spotlight meeting all of you. I'll probably need to be reminded of some names. I'm also honored to continue having Creative Flagstaff, the Jonathan here passing the torch and having creative presence. Great to see so many other creatives in the space. Prior to as interim executive director with Creative Flagstaff, I worked with Filipino Center for the Arts for 3 years and prior to that, 16 years experience in higher education as an art professor. Local, and it's really exciting for me at this juncture to be expanding my role in the city and tourism. So looking forward to meeting you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Now we are going to get into some stats, some marketing, direct sales, all kinds of stuff. So firstly, I thought it would be fun that we would look at 2024. I did some slides this time, basically last year. And let's just take a peek at them again. Now that we can have some hindsight. Well, I put it in front of you. I put that printout in front of you. It's from for FY25. So I thought it'd be fun just to look at the bottom. We had a hotel. This is kind of the premier hotel data company, which is Star Smith Travel. And they predicted, this is what I wrote to you, hotel RevPAR is likely to be flat for 2024 compared to 2023. Remember, it's a calendar year. We do things on a fiscal year, but some of the stuff we report is calendar. So we'll always try to delineate that for you when we're talking. Anyone want to guess what the US was? What the actual number for the whole US, because that's what this is for. Unfortunately, they won't give us one for Flagstaff. Any guesses? No guesses?
It was under 100, right?
No, percentage increase to RevPAR or decrease. Okay, so the country increased RevPAR in 2024 by 1.4% as a country. The leading cities that produced more RevPAR, and there's a few variables in RevPAR, so I can always explain some of that to you as to why it isn't always an indicator. It's just one stat, that's all. Houston, Minneapolis, and Seattle were the winners for the US in terms of RevPAR increase. The losers are Miami, Nashville. I'm sorry, I'm reading it wrong. Maui, of course, Nashville, Phoenix, Arizona, and Los Angeles.
They have negative.
Yeah. So that's that, and that's from hotelbusiness.com. But
Super Bowl.
It was in, I guess it was in Vegas.
Right. Yeah.
Just this
Could
past
be, yeah. But there's other things. RevPAR is revenue per available room. So if you have a city that's got like tons of growth, you've got more rooms to fill, your occupancy is going to go down. It doesn't mean your demand went down necessarily. It depends on the city and each situation. Okay. So let's continue on this. If you flip it, this one's a little less telling, but we'll still look at it. So they said that the hot tickets were astrotourism. This is last year I said this. Okay. Astrotourism, acting on sustainability, and what you watch inspires your next experience. You can argue that's sort of arguable whether those are true or not, or happened or not. Next slide. So Discover Flagstaff is tasked with creating awareness, demand, and ultimately quality visits. Notice I didn't say quality visitors, but quality visits, okay, to our destination from visitors around the world. That could be Heidi. Demand for the marketplace is the primary goal of any DMO. It's creating demand. You're right here, lady. And then letting those folks come into the marketplace with their educated but psychographics and behaviors of what they do. I can't talk someone into going to a sushi restaurant if they don't like sushi, nor do I want to do that, right? We want them to do what they like to do. We qualify them in market. We educate them pre-arrival. So that's what we do. So 2024 for Flagstaff showed the continued high demand for the marketplace. Our research shows, next slide. So here you're going to look at, this is just again one stat, but why it's important, it's available. They've been doing it since the 80s. All we do is buy the numbers. We know exactly what they are, and they report. Ellen is on this reporting. So demand was actually up for Flagstaff, 3.5%. What happened is that Flagstaff had more rooms on the market that pulled occupancy down a little bit. And then the folks decided to, that run the hotels, decided to charge a little less to make sure they got that occupancy. So looking at occupancy or RevPAR for the year, this is through November, because I don't have December yet, so it's 11 months. We were down 1.2% as a city. Scottsdale, I reached out to my good friends and they gave me their stats. I shared ours. So Scottsdale was down 3.5%, and that had to do with demand more than anything. Metro Phoenix was down 1.6%, and Tucson was down 1.6%. So in terms of RevPAR, the city of Flagstaff did better than the major competitive sets, we'll call them, in the state of Arizona. So that's kind of that particular story. Let's go to the next slide. Any questions? Raise your hand. I'm not going to stop and ask if you have questions. We all know each other well enough here. So looking at our demands for attractions, this is through the end of the year. This is January through end of December 31st. The Visitor Center was up 1%. Museum of Northern Arizona was up 17%. Lowell was up 11%. Very great job.
I can give insights on that too, with the opening of the ADC. November, we were closed for 2 weeks, so we're sort of just not trying to base our numbers off of that.
Okay,
December, we typically see 5,000, we saw almost 17,000
great.
in that month.
Come
So
on.
we saw a lot of that boost was just from the ADC.
Sure. Yeah, excellent.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and you know, we don't sell Cadillacs, right? We sell a city. It's breathing, it's changing. Some things are, you know, some hotels go out of market, off market because they're getting renovated. Some hotels got renovated, so they got a boost from that. There's just a lot of variables. We just try to kind of package it to what's reasonable, and we know that no one stat is our success story. We have lots of different ways to look at it. Grand Canyon, which is through November, so it's 11-month, but it is apples to apples on this chart, was up 4%. They're predicting 6% by the final stat numbers, but they don't have them yet. And the Orpheum Theater was up 13%, just to show a real kind of local schmocal venue. So we show on the Star Report demand was up by 3.5%. Demand is just how many rooms were booked. There were, you know, I have it, but X number of million room nights, and we got X number of million plus 3.5% of the room nights. So looking at 2024, demand was up for the city. So that is the good news. Let's see what the experts are saying for 2025. So next slide, please. This is the same gal that gave us her prediction last January. So we have consistency. She says that Smith Travel forecast that hotel RevPAR will grow 1.8% year over year for FY25 or for 2025. She was conservative last time. She said it was going to be flat. We actually, the country was up 1.4%. This time she's saying 1.8%. If that's still conservative, we should be able to see if a little bit more than that. So they're predicting an increase for 25. We shall see. There is, you can go ahead and switch that. There is a thing out there, which I've been reading about called the Trump effect. I don't know what that's going to look like. There are going to be, if mass deportations, so to speak, I'm putting it in quotes, I don't even know what that means, happens, there are going to be some protest anti-travel. France, we know, does that. The French market will go down for us because they're not really in line with that policy. It could go up for us in other ways if Trump is able to expedite the visa process. Then we could see more for that. So it's a variable that people are looking at, but we really don't know how it ultimately will affect.
Can I add a note to that?
Yeah, please do.
I know like astro-tourism was topic of conversation last time.
Yeah.
This year last night. And I'll note that one thing that has been talking, a lot of conversations, I guess, around the science community. So this would affect USGS, so specifically Lowell or research areas for the state's astro-tourism, is they're considering cutting funding to the NSF, National Science, to zero. Like there's no funding for it anymore in favor of the sort of Elon private growth of the space sector. So that is would have a huge effect on research, likely any sort of observatory. It would be a really big story statewide.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. So there are variables we don't know. Anyone else?
Watching tariffs like a hawk.
Right.
Canada and Mexico get shut out on aluminum. Expect every beer to go up. If Mexico gets shut out, expect your Corona, Sakis, anything that's brewed specifically in Mexico. Because I'm going to be just a teensy bit judgmental here. A tariff does not really tax the other country. It taxes all of us as consumers because we have to pass that cost on. So just be aware that a tariff is not a tax on the country. You're going to pay it in whether it's your TV or
Yeah. The only asterisk to that is it could change behavior. Okay, so meaning if it costs more, I'm not going to buy it. I'll buy something else. So that's also kind of what you hear, but I hear you.
It'll be interesting.
It'll be interesting. Okay. So let's look at what some of the other experts say for trend wise. We always do this year. So trend report from Expedia and Booking.com show vacationers are foregoing splashy trips to global hotspots in favor of quieter trips to places that are lesser known and far less crowded. This is a travel trend report which surveyed 25,000 respondents from 19 countries on CNBC.
Is that like everybody getting up half an hour early to beat rush hour?
Is that like that, you say? Maybe.
Which just extends much.
No, I mean, are these quieter places just gonna get inundated? Just a crowd of it's.
I think that you have such these epic draws to places, whether that's a Grand Canyon or whether that's Venice, which is always the example. That I don't believe that a trend such as this would then change a Venice, to a different lesser known sort of place that has waterways. We'll call it Hamburg, which actually has more than Venice, right? It's just not realistic. Yeah, right. It's not realistic that that would happen, but would there be some percentage of shift? They're saying yes.
In your opinion, that much sort of last year's reports, if it's summer that people experiences, so maybe it's not quieter, but it's different. Not everyone's doing it.
Yeah, I think there's, bragging rights, which is really a motivation for travel, believe it or not. Bragging rights are shift because if all your friends have been to Venice, then it's not really a bragging rights. Okay, finally I got there too, right? But if you're going to go see the Northern Lights and you're going to get a Yellowknife, Canada, that's cool. Like, I don't know anybody in this room has been to Yellowknife, Canada, right? I've always wanted to do it, but I haven't done it yet. Anyway, so the bragging right thing comes into play with these offbeat destinations. It's like, oh yeah, I'm getting Yellowknife some time here, but that'd be a great example. You know what I mean? Because it's just a groovy little trip that most people haven't taken before. Like, go to Yellowknife, eat at a diner, stay up late, watch the Northern Lights, that kind of thing. So yes, I think it would go along. So this one here says destination dupes have been big on social media with 400,000 posts on TikTok alone currently using the hashtag to suggest cheaper, less busy alternatives to popular destinations. This was National Geographic. Next slide. You can say that perhaps we are looking for new anchors, travel trends like stargazing, holiday romance, nostalgia, tourism, Route 66, sleep tourism, you got me on that one, digital detox, and so on, show us that people are searching to be reconnected to something bigger than themselves.
What is sleep tourism?
I don't know. Someone Google it.
So, in my presentation, I used the word nocturnal.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's part of it. So more soon. And we didn't tag team on this.
Okay, so I'd like someone in the back row to look up sleep tourism, please. Yell it out and you have it.
Holiday romance is like the downtown Flagstaff when there's snow and twinkle. It's like that Hallmark. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I was using.
Hallmark.
Not literally.
Digital detox. So
Okay, so according to Google, sleep tourism, also known as napcations or nap holidays, it's a travel trend where people prioritize relaxation and sleep over sightseeing.
Which is, there's a big one to unbox.
my bed is the most comfortable spot on the planet. Like literally, I've never been in a hotel bed I like more than my own. But okay, cool. Hey, it is what it is, right? We're hearing about it. We're learning, people. The Great Recharge. Okay. So that was BBC.
Trying to get away from her family.
So this is a ruse. That's a ruse to get away from the family. All right, so we'll go to the next slide. And now please allow us to present our plans per vertical market for FY26, which is going to be July 1st through June 30th, 2026. At the end of today's meeting, we are asking the commission to please take a vote and recommend the plan. You can recommend the plan with certain adjustments or changes. And if you feel comfortable that we will indeed make those changes, we're going to represent, that didn't work, that's not a word. We're going to present again those changes or adjustments that we get from you all at the end of this month. As you know, January, we always have 2 meetings. And then you can wait till that meeting to approve the plan. Either way is okay. Obviously, your decision, our preference, if you'd like to know it, is that you approve the plan with any changes today. But it is up to you. All right, so let's get going. We're going to go by vertical. So visitor center is our first vertical, and we have the superstar, Jessica Young. Just kidding. Jessica Johnson.
Again, everybody. All right. Go on. So here you'll see our goal and objectives for the upcoming year. So our goal is to increase visitation to the visitor center and encourage those visitors to support our locally owned and indigenous businesses, inspire longer stays in market, and potential repeat visitation, educate visitors on our stay and play responsibly values. I won't read through all the objectives as we're going to dive into them as we go through. But as you know, my team does a great job when they're interacting with the visitors, getting them out to locations they may not know about or weren't planning on originally. So if we can get a higher percentage of those visitors in our doors to talk to my team, whoops, they're going to get a better trip. We're going to be able to influence the way they visit our community. I got to get back to my page. So before we jump into these objectives, a little look at kind of where we are fiscal year to date on that goal of increasing our visitation. We're currently below where we were this time FY24. Big part of that, as you know, we had a big construction project at the visitor center this fall. So the 2 months we were down were the 2 months that was going on. So we kind of knew that was going to be the case. October was down slightly. November was down significantly because that whole access was just a nightmare. We did see our call volume increase. So we're like, hey, they were calling because they couldn't figure out how to get there. But we've got some good programming coming up in the rest of winter into spring that we hope is going to boost up those numbers so we can meet or get close to those numbers from last fiscal year. Another one of those we'll talk about more is a chocolate walk. We've got some ideas around there. Our Ms. Krogan mentioned we've got an event we're working on planning with her coming up in February. So that and some other tactics we have in place for spring are going to help us meet that goal. So now we'll dive into each of those objectives. So objective number 1 is that increased number of visitors served by 5%. And here's some tactics we'll use for that. So working with the state tourism office is a big part. There's many things we do with them. Being one of the official visitor centers, they call it a VIC, allows us to be in their visitor guide on their website. And it also gets us signage on the interstates coming into town. So when you'll see that blue information sign, that's through state tourism office. We also partner on the Rock the Route check-in challenge. That's their digital passport for Route 66. We're not only a check-in location for people to come see that beautiful mural you saw on our first slide, do our walk this talk tour, but we're also a prize redemption. So once they hit a certain number, they can earn a sticker, they can earn a magnet, similar to our passport that we just started. And then advertising, we do a mix of direct and piggyback advertising with marketing. So some of the direct is we're in hotel guest books in some of the hotels. Locally, we have airport signage, encouraging them to come up and see the visitor center. And then local ads, mainly when we do our community events, we'll advertise either digitally or in print in our paper to get those locals over there. And then the piggyback advertising, you've heard Lori mention her rule of 5 many times. So anytime the visitor center can be folded into what they're doing, whether it's the brewery trail, Route 66, they're including that messaging to come stop by the visitor center as your first stop in town. And then there's gift with purchase programs. There's actually several of these. I won't go into all of them, but one that we find people really like is the pet friendly campaign. If they are spending a night in Flagstaff and traveling with a pet, they can come by, let us know where they're staying, and we'll give them a little water or food bowl. It's just a small thing, but they appreciate it. Shows that, we appreciate them and their time.
Didn't Flagstaff get?
We did. Yeah, it's one of the best pet friendly destinations.
USA Today.
Yeah.
Today, that's right. It's a big one.
And we also got an award for the best visitor center in
We
the state.
did. Phoenix Magazine. Yeah. And then Brewery Trail, Michael knows very well. This is super popular. We're giving out, over 100 glasses a month for people that go to all 8 of our breweries. And that they love it. They have a great time. And then some centennial programming. We've been talking about that in many of our meetings. I think we have that as an ongoing. So we'll be a location on the digital passport. We're also a location on 2 physical passports, one for the state and one for the US. There'll be special centennial ones coming out in the next year or so. And then we'll have one of a kind Route 66 Flagstaff merchandise in our gift shop. It's kind of Ralph designed our great logo. That we added that centennial banner too. We had people coming in the fall to buy the t-shirts with that logo on it saying, "Oh my God, you finally have this in stock." And we're like, "Oh, centennials are like 2 years away. What do you mean finally?" But they're super excited about it. So we'll keep adding to that. And then our live cams, we've got the webcam. We're just talking about how it was shown on the news for the Pinecone drop, encouraging people to come up. Then we've got the rail cams, which our train fans just love watching all the trains come through. Then they'll come up in person and just sit at the visitor center and watch these trains all day, waving to their friends at home on the rail cams. Super fun.
Do you have a stat on how many Railcan fam?
I don't off the top of my head, but it's a staggering number. It's well over 1 million views. Yeah. It's crazy how many
We
people.
like it's our number 1 landing page.
Yeah. I'll have to get with them and get a stat. And then our community events, which we'll talk about on the next slide, because it's a big part of what we do and what really draws some of the locals into the visitor center and gives us the opportunity to do some programming for them. So we have the Flagstaff Artisan Market is pretty new. That's vendor space at the visitor center on the weekends over the summer. Memorial Day to Labor Day allows our local artists the opportunity to just direct sell to our visitors outside at the visitor center. New one that we started just last year was we did a Halloween bash. This is really geared towards families. We had costume contests, arts and crafts. It was cute. It was pretty good turnout. So we'll continue with that. Snowflake Festival we've done for a while, another family friendly one. And then new this year was the Winter Wonderland carriage rides. We just had our final weekend last weekend. That replaced Skid at the Station. People loved it. We had estimated about 1,200 people in that first year, just running on 3 hours a weekend or 3 hours a day on the weekend. So that was great. We'll plan to do that again. And then Flagstaff Chocolate Walk, that's our 1-day tasting event downtown. We started that to bring some visitation on a slower weekend for downtown businesses. We always do it right before Valentine's Day because we want people to get out and say, well, hey, I could go there for dinner, or hey, maybe I could pick this up for a present for my significant other or my mom or whoever. So just to try to boost their little business for our downtown events. And then Train Day, that's our longest running. That's just celebrating all things train. You all know Flagstaff's a railroad town with so many railroad enthusiasts. We started this event with Amtrak through National Train Day. When they decided they weren't going to do Train Day events anymore, we talked to our railroad partners and they said, well, Flagstaff's going to keep doing it because we really appreciate that history. All right, objective 2 is extend that length of stay. Right now, we're seeing the average stay in Flagstaff about 2.3 days. We really would like to see that go up to 3 days. Once we're at 3, we'll want to keep going from there as we do. But making sure each visit is tailored to the visitor. Everyone that walks into the visitor center is getting that different experience. What do they want to see? What's their expectations? What drew them here? And then training our staff that way. You have your traditional onboarding training. This is located here. This is how you run the POS. But in addition to that, we really want them to get out and see the sites, get them up to Lowell Observatory, get them out to the breweries, make sure they can speak first person what to see in town. We have folks come into Lowell's great about hosting us. Motherhood's hosted us. Others, if it's a tour company, we'll have them come in and speak to the staff at our meetings and say, hey, this is what we do. Share this with your visitors. Most are pretty good about getting my team out to experience it. Yeah.
So the guests that come to the visitor center, I mean, obviously industry partners and tour bus, like that kind of thing, are great for extending those stays.
Yeah.
Family that comes in, I'm assuming, or maybe wrongfully assume that they've sort of already planned the nights that they're staying in Flagstaff, or is there some influence still at that point of the purchasing process?
There's still some, I've got it back here. I just did a training talking about that. I don't know if it's in this notebook, but I want to say it's about a third of people don't have hotel reservations when they arrive in a destination. So there is a lot of those families, they might be on a more strict timeline. Kids got to be back at school on Monday, but then you have others that are, whether they're retired, or we're seeing a lot of the like digital nomads that they can work from wherever, and they are a lot more flexible, and they'll come in and we'll say, how long are you going to stay? And they'll say, well, not quite sure. What is there to do? Like, how long should I stay? At least 3 nights. And, we have some materials, like there's an Explore Flagstaff guide that we give out a lot. That's 5 days in Flagstaff, and it's all broken into itineraries. That's a great tool that comes out of our creative team that we can hand them and say, look, go to Sedona a day, go to the Grand Canyon, but don't pick up a move every day. Stay in Flagstaff, make it your hub.
Thank you.
Get some sleep. That's a relaxing time.
Great beds and flags.
We have great beds. Yeah.
Walk-ins like that aren't sure if they're staying.
She's like, what? I don't- Okay. There you go.
I talked
They
to
have
the
cell
visitor
phones.
Center.
They made me want to stay. Yes. Yeah, yes. And then our Passports Brewery Trail, that's another one.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, so then we're extending through Passports Brewery Trail, doing 8 breweries in 2 days is possible. Some do it in 1 day, but if they could do it over 3 days, maybe they could experience a little bit more. To get that room reserved so you know where you're going after you hit the 8th brewery. Yes. Maybe you'll remember and want to come back. Oh, Ralph, I'm sorry, it's not advancing.
You just use those.
I did. Oh, now it is. Okay. I just said your name and it decided to work. That's all it needed to hear. I was like, "Yeah." All right, so third objective is support our local businesses and indigenous community by carrying their merchandise, providing locally owned business information, and Native American tourism offerings to the traveling public. So some of those tactics are increasing our local product line. We've been working on this for several years, and we're just going to keep going down that path. The more stuff that we can get made in Flagstaff, next best in Arizona, grow that, because a lot of our visitors are looking for that more unique stuff, and then it supports our local artists and makers. And then in terms of purchasing for the gift shop, not everything's going to be a great fit for the gift shop. So that's where those art markets come into play, or you're participating in DBA's First Friday Art Walks. That way they can still have the opportunity to get their product in front of a visitor, but it may not be the fit for the gift shop. And then working with Local First on their partnership opportunities. They have some materials they provide us that we give out, like the Wonders of Flagstaff brochure that highlights some of the local businesses. They do some other events that we partner on. And then educating on those tribal lands. We have a lot of visitors, especially the international. They want to get out and experience the Hopi or Navajo culture. And so we try to work with our tribal partners so they're visiting in the right way. They're not showing up somewhere they shouldn't. They're respecting their culture and just educating on that. We'll work with the museum. We'll work with the tribal tourism partners and just get them out there to have that experience, but do it in the right way. And then our fourth and final objective is educate and inspire the visiting public to visit responsibly, engage with our community's values. You know them? And encourage interactions with that beautiful sustainability wall. So responsible snow play is kind of the first way is winter. We haven't had snow, but we could still do snow play, which is great because we still could send people out to the snow park, up to Snowball. And then as we do eventually get some snow, knowing where is appropriate to go, when to pick up your sled, those leave no trace principles, just getting them out there. And then come summertime or maybe spring, unfortunately, is all that fire awareness is getting that in front of them. What's the current fire restrictions? And then we distribute some stuff to local businesses. We've got some little clings that says be fire aware. They can put them in their windows. We have some different posters they can pick up. So that way we can use all of you partners to help get that message out to protect our community.
So you do push that a little bit earlier.
We do, yeah. It's really, unfortunately, kind of become a year-round message because it's just been so dry. And as you guys know, last spring was super dry, and it's always top of mind. And then that beautiful wall, encouraging them to interact with it, so they can kind of hands-on see what we're doing and what they can do while they're in market. And then encouraging them to donate to Pledge Wild. We have information displayed so they can do the phone donation. There's also a little cash drop box next to the Responsible Tourism Wall. That way, if they watch it, they're inspired to give back to the program. They could just do it right there in the visitor center. And then, yeah.
How are you directing people to less love?
Oh, yeah, good question. One of those, I'll go back. One of those is like Sabrina did a ton of work on the Trails Passport. So we worked with our local trail community to say, okay, Fat Man's Loop is a great trail, but it's overused. So where can we send them instead? And so maybe we'll send them out to Picture Canyon. They can use that area instead.
Quickly chime in just to say this is a partnership with Flagstaff Trails Initiative. So we reached out to them to get information from what is under construction that we can deter people from going to, what is overused and overpopulated, what isn't getting enough action, and that's how we determine those locations.
Yeah, because we do find it is a lot of those the outdoor locations. I mean, we're not going to never stop sending them to Lowell, but getting them to other places too.
There's an attractions.
Right.
Right. And so
it's more the outdoors. Or you may have someone that comes up here from Phoenix regularly and they're like, hey, I've done this, this, and this. What else is there? So we may tell them about Eldon Pueblo, which isn't, your Walnut Canyon that everyone sees, but it's still a cool local site that they can get out and experience. Or what's that?
Fisher Point.
Fisher Point. Yeah, that's another good one. That's on the Trails Passport. Yep.
Our number one trail that's checked into on the passport is Buffalo Park. I've checked in with Flagstaff Trails Initiative a couple times to see if I should be taking that off and moving people somewhere else. They said, just leave it for now. So that's our number one. I can get more numbers about what's loved the most on the passport or less loved and get that over to you later.
Yeah.
Let's do.
Yes, I feel like that would be a more loved trail, but it has the infrastructure there that they're not, traveling so much. It's got that major trail, it's got restrooms, it's got all the things they may need.
Sorry to derail.
No, I appreciate it. I want it to be a conversation.
Dispersal traffic is a good thing.
It is. All right, and then finally a look at our base and proposed. So up at the top, you will see our base budget. You'll see it's broken into 3 categories. We have our visitor services, train station operations, and then our new visitor center express, which we're timeline to open at the end of April. That's the new location at the airport. So this doesn't include personnel. So if you're like, how are you doing it for that? that's a big part of it, is that personnel's a separate piece that we work with through the city. And then our proposed change requests. So we have about 28,000 in ongoing asks. This, as some of you that have been on the commission know, is a tougher ask at the city to get those ongoing funds. It's been several years since we've done ongoing increases. And with, as you all know, everything costs more. Our visitation's up, our sales up. So all the stuff we're using is up. So we're trying to kind of close that gap there on some of those line items. And then in one-time asks, we've got about 40,000 in one-time asks. Partially, this is that train station upkeep. We love our historic building, but as any building, especially a historic one, there's things you've got to keep doing each year to just make sure that it stays in a great condition. And then the other thing on there is some surveillance cameras. This has been something that we have wanted for a long time between Amtrak and Visitor Center, and the city, between our internet and some things going on, the timing is good to put in that ask this coming fiscal year. We upgraded our internet to be able to run that kind of software. The city's found one provider that they like, and we can hopefully go forward with that.
Is Amtrak anticipating or is it dependent on the city?
It'll be dependent on the city. And I think some of that is at the city's desire. I'm sure we could get some, Amtrak could put in their own cameras. We would never stop them from that, but then we wouldn't have the access that PD and IT and those would like us to have. So if it's our own system and we control it, they prefer that.
Amtrak's a renter.
Yeah. And we do a lot for Amtrak, just, you know, as you see the train station operations, they have a pretty inexpensive lease as far as things go. We pay for a lot of the cleaning and upkeep because they are such an important partner to the community to have that train service, that we do a lot to help our partner there.
Anything we have in this next fiscal year with the loading platform? And
Yeah.
the other improvements?
There is. So we have, city has a federal grant of $5 million to address that. Probably won't be this fiscal year, to be honest. A platform's typically about a 3-year project from what I hear. It's all wrapped into the downtown mile project. So fortunately, it won't fall on tourism to accomplish that, but it will help us in the end, improving that passenger experience. Yeah.
It's funny when we go to capital meetings for budget, and I would be asked to come in with Justin Trace, and we would talk about unfunded projects, and I was like, when is it ever going to get funded?
Yeah.
And so that's the way Capitals Engineering started to get it into a funding, was to add it to the downtown mile, because it definitely is there's an issue with the brick sinking. Yeah. We thought we were gonna get done through a beautification relationship, and at the time it was gonna be only 300,000. And now it's like,
Yeah, now it's 5 million.
and then Amtrak pushed back because they felt like it wasn't going to meet their requirements. And so it was a whole bunch of stuff. So it's been going on like 10 years, quite honestly.
Probably more than that. I mean, yeah, it's been my whole career at the city.
It's been a long time.
Yeah,
I
so
think we'll finally get it addressed with this other program.
yeah, I think Patty's right. I think having it in the downtown mile is the right place and finally get it accomplished.
That's good.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions. One of them is directly related to the visitor center.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. You guys got an award for best.
Yeah.
Center. I didn't know that. Or I didn't remember it. That's
It's
very
in my monthly
cool.
report, but that's okay.
There's a lot in there. We'll forget.
So whether or not it's true, there's a perception or a narrative out there at some level that the visitor center is offset from downtown. It's on an island. It's hard to get to. It's across mountain.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if you can speak to that for a minute. If you have any hard data that you've gathered around how many visitors you're missing because of your location. Also, thinking ahead when we have the pedestrian underpass with the completion of the downtown connection center.
Yeah.
If you're anticipating an uptick in visitation Have you thought about that at all? Do you have any analytics around it?
I have, and I've discussed it with DBA as well. I know there are some plans that they would like to propose to get some access like across the Rue onto the visitor center. And I don't logically see how that can happen from LaRue, but I think the underpass, I don't know that it will help our visitation just because it's not so close. It's more over towards that downtown connection center. But we do see that we do miss a lot of that foot traffic of downtown. If they come to the visitor center first, we always have them park in the lot at San Francisco and just walk across. It's easy. They don't have to street park. They're there. But the other way, coming from walking around downtown to the visitor center, is tougher. Like we used to do the trick or treat trail with DBA and we stopped because people just weren't willing to walk. Even if they would go across 66, then over to the middle of the block where we are, it was just more than they're willing to do. So, I mean, it's a little thing, but we kind of learned after we did it a couple years, and then we're like, how about we just have candy for if people show up, but we're not going to push out that we're on this trail if, people aren't going to come.
So the downtown parking kiosks, I'll have to go and look at what's wrapped on those. We did talk about wrapping the front of them with some information about heading to the visitor center, if you need more information, that type of thing.
Best visitor center in the state.
Yeah,
Cross Mountain, come check it out.
that's even better. And write that down and I'll ask Dave where we're at with that. But that was one of the things we were gonna do is wrap every kiosk so that it was directional. Plus the addition of, and I will tell you, this is Trace's brainchild. When I was been working on trying to fill the gap at the airport with the restaurant, and we had 3 failed RFPs. Jamie Thousand came in, Michael came in to help talk to the city manager about how like numbers just don't work. And so that's when we decided to go with this upscaled grab and go version instead, like you see in a lot of the larger airports that have these mini gates and stuff like that. What we decided made more sense was to take the other part of it and create a micro visitor center. We're going to get a lot from that because there are a lot of people that just don't even go into Flagstaff for that visit, but hopefully we'll get them to want to do a return trip. Things that they never even knew that were happy or how close. Some of them come up to Brian, our airport director, and say, I had no idea how close we were to the Grand Canyon. I should have extended my day. I should have told my boss I was coming back to work 2 days from now, that type of thing. So we think that is going to be a whole new world for us, and really appreciative that Jess and her team, she's already hired staff to help with that airport center. So we think that's going to be another way that we're going to be getting customers that we never have gotten before. But we'll continue to have that conversation with downtown. And I just have to go back to Dave McIntyre on where we were at with that signage. But I like your idea. I love it.
Thank you. One of the extended ideas there, it sounds expensive, but renting a little space on Heritage Square. There's usually an empty suite around. Then you'd have to staff it, but just like a mini visitor center, mostly just there to kick people over to the real visitor center.
The hard part, we did talk about that before, and I talked about doing that in conjunction with NAU because NAU wants to get people to fly to their school. But we both felt like if we did that, it would detract them from coming to the campus to NAU, and we thought it would detract them from going a little further to the train station to see all of we have. Because if you stop them there, you would think that you'd at least give them a visitor guide or whatever. Difference is you're looking through a visitor guide through your lens instead of looking at through Jessica's lens of saying, oh, you thought you were just going to do this, but don't forget to do this, this, and this. So that's what we were a little bit worried about, but we have had that discussion for a really long time with NAU admissions and alumni to kind of, and both times it came back to, would we not get them to go into the other locations like we want them to? And we could have signage. Maybe there's something we could do with signage
Yeah, in the square.
in the square.
Yeah.
Not like that.
Yeah.
And we could do, some events. We have tabled at some events, just to be out there and try to send them down and in person. That's becoming more common in the visitor services world to have these mobile visitor centers. Some of them are like whole decked out. They'll have a whole bus wrapped and they'll take it to events. Those are, usually your bigger destinations, but some of that to try to encourage them. But I think Heidi's right. A lot of they're like, okay, I got my information. Now I don't need to go there. And that's not what we're trying to do.
I mean, no one's gonna read the visitor
Yeah.
guide and know what they know. I mean, I've been in there before where we've had the government shut down and people were here from Asia or whatever, and they're like, what the heck am I gonna do now? They kept them here. I mean, these are master ambassadors that said, have no fear. We're gonna figure this out for you. I know you wanted to see the Grand Canyon, but we have this, this, and this. That's really what we always want. We don't want them to do it on their own. So, but I think we could message better.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I'll talk with Hunter.
So I am tasked today with keeping us on track, and I'm gonna keep the time, and we're here all day. We'll be here until dinner time if that's what you want, okay? But it's about what you want. I'm gonna keep you on track. So this is one of the smaller decks we have, and it took about 45 minutes. So,
And I do want to make a comment.
okay,
We also, back to the conversation, we leverage our DBA ambassadors. And so they are also, when they are talking to a person, they are encouraging them to go to the visitor center to hear all things Flagstaff.
Our parking aids, all of them are equipped with sending them right over to the visitor center. DB is not trying to do our job anyway. They don't have the capacity to do our job. So they're expecting that we will do our job if they send them over. But I do think we could message better.
They utilize hotels as well with really nice incentive cards in which the front desk doesn't have to necessarily be an ambassador, and they can send them down to their side.
Yeah, I'm expecting Embassy to be #1 now that you're over here.
no pressure.
No pressure, but Sonesta, when you were there, was always high on the list. So
Love it. Leave it to Ellen. She's got the comebacks. All right.
all right, thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
Jessica. Thank you. So we're going to move on to meetings and events. I'm going to present this for Jessica as I explained that she is off, and we'll let Ralph do this. So we're going to dig right into meetings and events, which is about 3 or 4% of the visitation to Flagstaff. We're not a huge meetings and events destination, but yet that's a very important 3 to 4%, especially to those properties that have meeting space. Not all meetings require meeting space, but the goal here is to work closely with the hotel and venue partners to drive new and return business, provide a high level of convention services assistance to groups both prior and upon arrival, to encourage extended stays, that's a theme, and return visits, it's also a theme. I'm not going to go through the objectives as they are coming up on each slide. Go ahead, thank you. The first objective is to increase total bookings by 10%. So this is kind of important. If you look, it's a tough one because if you look at FY24, we did 9 bookings. She sent out lots of leads, but 9 of them booked for a total of 1,511 room nights. In FY25 so far, we've sent out lots of leads. 4 have booked so far. It's about a little over halfway through the year, and that equals 3,905 room nights. So it really can vary because of the size of group, whether it's a smaller group or if it's a citywide. So we just do 10% and we do it based on the booking. So it's really one extra booking we're asking Jessica to provide for the city. Tactics for this is to attend key trade shows and focus on small meetings destinations in the West and flight drive markets, coordinate 2 regional sales missions per fiscal year, continue website enhancements as needed. It pays to meet in Flagstaff incentive program. FY24, we gave out $2,879. It's not a lot, but it gives them something for groups to say, yeah, let's book Flagstaff. They really want our business. This year so far, we've given out about half that, so we're on track. It'll be about the same, $2,800, something like that. And coordinate 2 FAM trips with qualified meeting planners, continue to hold DOS meetings with the meetings properties as well as individual sales meetings with properties. I will tell you, Jessica is out there. She's visiting the properties constantly. She's always figuring out what the properties need, what they're looking for, and how she can assist. So she is probably the best person on our team in terms of getting out there on the street to meet with our properties partners. Okay, continue. This just gives you an idea of the incentive program. Basically, it has to be based on contracted room blocks. It's RFP and application must be submitted through discoverflagstaff.com, and qualifications include new business and return business only after 24 months. So if they, it can't be year over year, we're just giving them money, they were to come here anyways. We don't want to do that. Next. Next one also talks about web enhancements. So continue to enhance content to create additional SEO, new web pages, increase number of partner listings. This is very important. We're constantly, calling the partners to get their correct information, more information, and that's for both meetings and weddings page, which has recently been updated. Next slide. Objective number 2 is some tactics is to solicit leads from the high propensity to book Flagstaff business verticals with goal to book 2 groups per vertical. So solicit planners who work with car clubs in Route 66. That's a no-brainer for a goal for this year. Solicit planners and influencers who book business on the from the Navajo Nation. Or on, either way you could say it. Solicit planners and influencers for the astronomy vertical, and then the geology vertical. So we have 4 verticals that we've outlined as propensity to book, and we're going to hit those verticals hard in FY26. Next. Objective tactic number 3 is to continue to focus on pre-arrival conference services. So if they've booked Flagstaff, they're coming in 3 years, we want to make sure that we get their attendees excited. It helps the association or whoever is holding the meeting that they have good attendance. It helps us, it helps our restaurants, it helps our bars, all that kind of thing. We want the attendance to be high. So we do that through providing compelling material for the attendees pre-arrival. We make sure that we send it out to the planners. They send it out, can be digital, some of it's print. Provide visitor guides, area information, and promotional videos to planners to use to promote at next year's destination prior to this year's conference. So basically, we make sure that at the conference they're at for 2023, they're coming in 24, that they have a whole presentation on Flagstaff to get them excited to come to Flagstaff. Attendance lead up year conference for attend lead up year conference. So if we can send Jessica, if it makes sense for her to be there at the conference the year prior, we will do that. We do that by qualifying the planners to say, is that going to help? Is this something you're used to doing? Do your attendees, are they used to doing this? So that's another way for us to bolster attendance for our year that they're here. Objective and tactic number 4 is to continue to provide conference services on site. So once they get here, we have tactics to try to get them out to have a beer, to go eat at different restaurants, to go see Museum of Northern Arizona, experience a telescope up at Lowell. We exhibit on site. So they're here. We have an exhibit booth on site with Jessica manning that to answer questions for anyone who's interested. Generally very popular, provide compelling material for attendees on site, offer a badge program. The badge program is something Jessica came up with, soup to nuts. It's a program that we give them a badge, and they have a whole listing of the different businesses that have offerings within that badge. And when they go there, they show the badge, and it encourages them to do more, see more. So we have that. And then planning assistance for the attendee planning attendee planning committees. So basically what that is we'll get a professor calling us from NAU saying, hey, I booked this great geological conference and they're going to be here, or I'm bidding on it, for instance. Jessica will say, if you'd like, I'll sit down with you with the bid packet and I'll help you put it together. So it's compelling and it's good, and because she knows what planners are looking for. A professor may not know.
And take it over for them.
She does it soup to nuts for them as well. Yeah. So sometimes they'll just like, yeah, please do it. And she'll do it for them. In addition to that, once it is booked, and she'll help source hotels and that kind of thing. But once it is booked, she'll help them with the actual planning of the conference because no one knows Flagstaff from that lens better than Jessica. So here's just some marketing. You've seen stuff like this before, the badge program. She'll do individual welcome to Flagstaff sheets that'll go into their goodie bags with dining and nightlife, and they just have to click on it with their phone. It'll all pop up. She'll do, if it's a big enough citywide, she'll do a personalized visitor guide for them. And then, of course, we hand out our regular visitor guide. Next slide. So Jessica's budget is an entire $65,000. She does, yeah, it needs to be cut.
Can you imagine?
It's
Cut your budget, mission cut your budget.
it is
Blame
she does a lot with a measly $65,000. I will tell you, travel, lodging, meals, registration, memberships, FAMs, marketing, and all the incentive program money comes out of this budget. Jessica's not asking for any one-time or billing for this coming fiscal year. Thank you very much. Is there any questions for that vertical? Yes, hi.
Hi, I guess my question's for Cody. How is the ADC shifting the landscape on meetings and events?
Yeah, I was trying to snap a picture really quickly and texting our new chief science officer.
We did send this to you so you could go and download it. Yep.
So we have a ridiculous amount of interest in the Great Planetary Hall. Unfortunately, it depends on the size of the conference. I mean, you know, some of these astronomy conferences are just way too big to even fit there. Most we could fit 300 people in the Great Planetary Hall. It is better for smaller astronomy conferences, colloquiums, and that kind of thing. And we're looking for offering conferences, you know, outside of just astronomy conferences, of course. But we have never played in that space before. We have hosted conferences at Lowell, but mostly it's just been because they really want to be in Flagstaff and they have asked us. And so we've made it work at some great expense for resources to us to make it happen. But now with the ABC, it really has opened up those opportunities. And we have a new venue manager, and her 40 hours a week is just on venue space because it's not just the Great Planetary Hall, but it's the Dark Sky Planetarium rooftop and the theater as well, which is a really great space for presentations and shows. But again, we're limited by seats. It's 175, 180 at most in seats in the theater. So it would be good for breakouts and that kind of thing. But it's going to take some practice, I think, to figure out the space, how it works, and what is most attractive. Who to partner with exactly, or how to.
Are you guys, are there conversations around your own overnight accommodations?
There are so many conversations about. Yeah, we've talked about that. We have to be very careful because everything that we do has to be for regulatory purposes.
Yeah.
So while all of that funds our science directly, I mean, we could have an aquarium up there and say, but it's our science. So, you know, we do have to be, you know, really intentional about the space that we add. And we do have accommodations on the campus. We have houses, we have rooms and that kind of thing, but definitely nowhere near the amount that would be needed to support a meeting of that size. But it would be useful to work with the city, maybe get your advice on the packages or what would be attractive to add value to the city's options. Yeah.
Jessica Young,
Jessica, yeah.
all day long. She'll help you.
That's great.
Trace, there was a recent conversation on council where they unveiled the plans for the space adjacent to City Hall. And some conference center. Square footage.
Where is this again? I'm sorry.
Oh, Heidi, maybe you can help me.
Thanks again. I'm sorry. I was on.
The development that's going to be adjacent to City Hall and is that the courtyard there? The residents.
Yeah, what they're going to be doing with that parking lot across from
Yep,
Residence Inn.
and the possibility of some conference
Space.
foundations up there.
Yeah, that would definitely be up to, I believe it's, the Shumways that already own residents in. They'll be taking, if they get the bid, they'll take, well, they're probably getting the bid, they bid, and they're probably gonna be the ones. They're thinking of putting some conference space in there, but what they're really trying to do is create residential up in, for downtown and have, services like a mini grocery store and things like that, so that it makes it a little bit more robust for the downtown and they have people living in the downtown. They did talk about some conference space. They talked about even some art space and things like that. There's a lot they put into that contract. I don't know really yet what's been completely determined, but that will,
It's pretty early.
that'll be up to you, right?
An interesting backboard conversation to be in.
Yeah, and I will say, the thing that Jess's budget is that it's really for her to travel and do these things, so it's pretty adequate, but Jess does so many things that nobody even knows that she does. Like, we'll have someone that just says, hey, I've got, 50 people coming in, can you do this, this, and this? What she just did over homecoming for the alumni board and the foundation board was she made sure that every single person that flew in from around the globe had a welcome package in their hotel. And she did that. And what she did was, say, enjoy homecoming festivities now. Hope to see you again in the summer. And so she plants that seed, but she's doing this all the time. And this is stuff she doesn't even mention. But, I will send her an email. I'll be like, hey, do you want to try to hit up 175 people? And she's like, yeah. And she does it. And she's got a lot of relationships with these hotel groups and getting that information to them. So she's doing this constantly throughout the year. It's amazing.
Yeah, there's a One West Tourism Alliance conference, tech conference that was down in Tucson. And I'm on the committee. I'm on the board, actually. I'm not even on the committee for that conference. And they asked if Jess could help them. And she helped him with a conference in Tucson. So, that's Jess. She's there for everybody. She tries to be, and she's very professional, very good at her job. We're going to move on to global travel trade. And I will try to represent Megan as good as I can. She again is at the Go West Summit conference this week in California. So Meg wrote kind of what she does, and I think Meg likes to talk about what she does, which we do too. So I'm just going to read it real quick. Right. Meg promotes Flagstaff as a premier visitor destination, which includes traveling regionally and internationally to meet with receptive tour operators, online travel agencies, and key decision makers. She plans, executes, and implements sales efforts at trade shows and sales missions, executes all international marketing and advise, organizes and implements familiarization tours, and so on. And it goes on. So, yes, she's fabulous. So currently, global travel trade is about 13% of the overall visitor economy in Flagstaff, but I will tell you that it's close to 100% quality visits and high spend parties. So it's a really important segment to us. Next slide. So this goal is to build relationships with travel trade professionals and trade influencers, resulting in a leisure and group visitation in the following key countries: Germany, UK, France, Australia, Mexico, Canada, in order to increase long-haul trips to Flagstaff and encourage longer stays. There's objectives. We'll get to those as slides move forward. Next slide. So it's just a few little stats here for you. We are looking at, this is a calendar year, so always remember this isn't fiscal, but our key countries of interest are UK, Germany, France, Mexico, Australia, Canada, and we did exceed the goal from last year in all of them except for Mexico. Mexico, their primary visitation is from September through December 31st. We're not 100% sure why that was down this year. But it could be because of snow. They have a really heavy visitation in November, December. They want the white stuff, and it hasn't been here. So we think that could be a reason. But overall, our international visitation is creeping up. It's not at 2019 levels. We believe it's at about 88%-ish. It's right around that number. And next year, we think we'll be at 100%. Next slide.
Quick question, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Back, you want to go back?
Yeah, I just was looking at the breakdown here for Flagstaff's top markets.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at Germany or France, is that people leaving the airport in Germany or are those tourists who come from Germany? Do you know? Because I know like Frankfurt is a really big airport for people coming from other countries who come to the US.
Uh-huh.
Does that track like people living in Germany or are those people coming from the airport in Germany to?
I don't know that those aren't the same things, but basically these are visitors who they have triangulated through their phones or through their ticketing that they're flying in directly to Phoenix and have intent to travel up to Flagstaff. So they're folks from the country, the origin country.
Origin country of Germany. Oh.
Correct. Yep, from the origin country of Germany. Okay. So international factors, I'm not going to read all of these. There are international factors that are both tailwinds and headwinds. Okay. If you look at the exchange rate, I'm just going to give you the two that are widely, ubiquitously understood as the number one motivators or demotivators. One of them is the exchange rate. That's huge. It absolutely affects whether a country is up, down on the exchange rate with the dollar as to whether you see an increase or decrease in visitation from that country. They've proven that time and time again. And then the second one is their personal finances, which are tied to their to the economy in their country. So if they have if their currency is plummeting, like an Argentina, you're not going to be seeing very many visitors from Argentina. So it's personal finance and it's that exchange rate. Yes, of course, excessive wait times for visas, it matters a little, but people are willing to deal with that if everything else is in order. It is predicted from who do they get this one from? Oh, USTA, that we will be back to 2019 level of international visitation by the end of 2025. That's the prediction. Let's see what happens. Next slide. This is that exact figure right here. So they're saying 2025, by the end of the year, it'll be at 110% of 2019 numbers. So we are very much looking forward to international coming back in 2025, and we're doing everything we can to get those customers. Objective number one is to increase visitation by approximately 5% from previous year for key international markets. Again, Germany, France, UK, Australia, Canada, and Mexico. Our tactics for that is to focus on travel company partners that sell Route 66 and astrotourism. That's going to be a very hot vertical and very hot discussion. We know that Luxury Escapes and Travel Center, Destination Southwest, Rocky Mountain Holidays. There's a few that we know. That's always the question. What's going on with Route 66? What events do you have going on? Da, da, da. So we know who's into that market, and we're going to sell heavy to them. Continue to work with Brand USA on marketing campaigns and sales missions. Brand USA is a great way for us to leverage additional dollars that we don't have and that we can get from them. Key overnight stops for itinerary-based travel. Some of these travel is very itinerary based. They want to see the entire Grand Circle. We want to make sure that they don't stop for their one stop in northern Arizona in Williams. We want them to stop in Flag. So that's what itinerary based selling is all about. Continue to participate in e-learning programs. Meg is really good at this. She's an excellent salesperson. She goes out on the road. She is just a cheerleader for Flagstaff, like you can't believe. So she does these e-learning programs really well. She goes in, she sets up e-learning programs for a German speaking group that sells the West, and she'll do e-learning over the internet with them. They may have a translator in some cases they're all fluent to begin with. AOT and DMO co-op marketing campaigns. AOT is another way for us to leverage what we do. Increase direct sales and marketings to travel advisors, tour operators, and motor coach. That typically happens both, somewhat when she's soliciting in her office, but it happens on the road quite a bit at trade shows. And trade shows, missions, and conferences, IPW and NTA, Go West, and so on. There's quite a few that have been qualified and that we attend. Next slide. Objective number 2 is increase visitation by approximately 5% from previous year for emerging markets. Those markets we have identified as Benelux, which is Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, Spain, Italy, India, and Japan. With, I'll tell you, Italy and India being 2 of the hottest emerging markets for Flagstaff.
AOT is just said they were going into India.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna let them, right? And then we'll go from there.
Yes, and we will participate where it makes sense, or we'll make sure that the in-market, they always have an in-market rep firm. And we'll make sure that if we can't do that trip with them, we send a box of brochures and then the rep firm passes it out along the whole way. So that's nice. So the tactics are to be in partnership with Visit USA offices in market newsletters, campaigns. Why that's different is because when we belong to these Visit USA offices, it's per country. They rep for us. It's like a mini rep firm. So they're out there talking to people. They're in market in India, actually, going to all the influencers around Bombay, and they pass out our brochures and our information. It's effective. They know the market, and it's also, budget-wise, it's doable. Increase trade marketing within in-market associations. That's the rep firms we're talking about. So Linked and Rep & Co. are 2 that Arizona Office of Tourism uses. Distribute the Flagstaff and we have our own database, which is growing rapidly, and Meg's doing a great job with that newsletter. So we distribute that to stay on top of, stay in touch. Partner with Arizona destinations. So that's really quite big for us. We partner with Scottsdale, Phoenix, Tucson, Page at times. And it's important to us because we know that no one from Netherlands is coming to Flagstaff and then going back to Netherlands. That is just not how it works. So they're going to want to see Scottsdale, go to a club, hit the pool, shop. Then they want to go see some more authentic Americana kind of destination. That would be Flagstaff, astrotourism, blah, blah, blah. So it's important that we're partnering with these likely itinerary destinations. Target appointments at trade shows, that's a given, and participate in AOT familiarization trips. AOT is very good about setting those up, and we are very good about saying yes almost always. Objective tactic number 3, focus on Route 66 Centennial marketing to international domestic travel operators, travel advisors, and direct to consumer in markets. We don't really do any direct to consumer unless the market is very, very familiar. UK, Germany, and France, that's about it. Otherwise, it's just a waste of our time. It's a waste of our money. It's too shotgun of an effect. So that's what she means when she's saying, the markets that are familiar. Create Route 66 specialized itineraries, amplify Route 66 Centennial efforts from key Arizona partners, that's historic Route 66 and so on. Pursue Route 66 Centennial opportunities. We are continuing to find out what is Herman Global, what is Brand USA doing, and this is formulating as we speak. Marketing Route 66 Centennial advertising, advertorials, and web banners on one sheet. So she would pass these out and talk about them at the trade shows. Provide a pitch, Route 66 Centennial content to Visit USA offices. Again, those are the offices that operate in all of these countries. Route 66 focused booth at IPW. We had some of that last year. This year, we're going to really ramp it up. The whole booth is going to be about Route 66. We'll make sure we get lots of photos for you or consider attending with us. We do have 3 or 4 spots and we always fill those.
Where's it? Sure.
It's in Chicago.
Honestly, it's impressive show to go to. I mean, you really get exhausted, but it's so obvious how important that show is.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, they'll have about 5,000 influencers and owners of travel agencies. So like these are the people who really make the decision.
It's like speed dating over and over and over and over, and you're just like, oh my gosh, can I just please go back to my hotel room and sleep? No kidding. But it's really impressive.
Tack on a work vacation every night, go to bed.
Exactly.
All right. So Route 66 focus booth, I just said that. Translate Route 66 centennial content into a few different languages, and we're going to do that as well. You know, Chinese for sure, probably French, German, maybe Italian, and Spanish for sure. So that is that. We have some examples. These are examples that you guys have seen. You see them on a monthly basis. And so I'm just going to cruise through them. We'll go to the next one. Yeah, there's an example right there in the middle. That was ABA. It was a bus tour, domestic bus tour, and that was just this past late summer, early spring, in Huntsville, Alabama. That's what that's from. And then we have some really key, beautiful creative done in country magazines that influence travel. Again, we would only do those in countries that have a high propensity to visit Flagstaff to begin with. We have the third page of examples, which gives you more trade shows and efforts there. Thank you very much. Next one. So the budget for MEG is $154,000. International is a more expensive playground to be working in. And that includes travel registration and so on. Budget requests, MEG has about 20,000 because we added that. So disregard that 20. You can do the math or I'll do it for you.
30 now.
Oh, mine is an old slide. Yeah, 30. There you go. So 30,000, so travel, lodging and meals has gone up. So we asking for a ongoing 5,000, registration 10,000, which is ongoing, general advertising that we do. We're doing ongoing for 5, and then a one-time ask. I'm sorry, I'm reading off of mine, so it might look different. One-time ask of specific to Route 66. Advertising to key familiar markets. So Meg will be asking for a $30,000 increase to her budget for FY26.
Is 10 enough for 100 years? For the same thing?
Well,
I'm asking you.
sure. And the reason I would say yes is because we've sort of outlined where she would put that in terms of marketing. But a lot of the marketing that we're doing is going to be digital, and you're going to see it in Lori's budget.
Through Lori. So she gets
Yeah.
to play off of what also Lori's doing. She's just asking for specific.
Yeah. So you'll see more in just a minute.
I want to throw something out there. I know until 2028, we have the Olympics coming to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
About the city should hear some of that international travel. You know, currently we have a lot of altitude training, but it's gonna.
Yeah, I love it. We have and we have a meeting because the last time that the Olympics was here was Atlanta. The Summer Olympics.
So we're closer.
And but we're talking to other folks that were around sort of tertiary markets around Atlanta. We have a meeting this month, in fact, set up with, I'm sorry, Lori, I'm pointing at you because I'm not good at names, but I forget his name, but he's sort of the expert, everyone, and he's a retired DMO guy. So we have a meeting maybe a week or two from now. I got to go look at the calendar, which we planned about 6 months ago. And we just said, hey, let's wait until it gets a little closer. And so, yes, we're going to have a plan for it.
Good. And training. He has already requested my assistance in helping us get stuff set up.
Oh,
Olympics.
great.
Los Angeles and here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I mean,
They're working on it.
yeah, it's a drive market technically, and it's a great market that's growing for us. Yes, exactly. So we will have a plan to present to all of you for the Olympics as well. We've already started on it.
And I also too want to add in, Ellen, and hopefully you're aware as well as our commissioners, is that high altitude training is just a campaign that will never go away. It is always going to be a top speaking point. Of course, sometimes it's going to be more elevated. You're absolutely right. It will be. But we have some great momentum to build on. We were just past year. So. Because the winners.
Oh, she would sure spy. Oh, okay, I forgot. Yeah, that was your point.
Winners credit life. That's our slogan right there.
I like it. I like it.
Video stuff.
Yeah, we'll figure it.
Yeah.
All right. No worries. All right.
Can we use you for the ad?
Would you like, I wasn't participating in that. Please take them away.
Pretty sure. Darn traced.
Take a swig.
Yeah, I just want everyone to know.
Like me.
Can you smell my breath from over there?
All right. Hello, everyone. Isabel here with the best social media in the state. I will put that out there. So let's get it. I did get best social media in the state with Phoenix Magazine, so that's where that came from. So my goal this year is the same as always, to drive increased impressions and engagement by creating compelling Flagstaff content that educates, inspires, and entertains. So my objectives to get to this point are increasing our Facebook follower count by 5%, and then increasing our Instagram follower count by 10%. I know those sound like big numbers, but that 5% for Facebook will get us to just under 100K followers. So we're almost there. Hopefully we'll get that this year. And then our Instagram follower count by 10%. I did double it within the last year, so I think I could make 10%. And I would also love to increase overall engagements by 3%. So that includes likes, shares, comments. I would love to get more comments, so more face-to-face engagement with people on our socials. I will also embrace and implement trends using industry best practices. So if you are a follower of Discover Flagstaff accounts, which I hope you are, you'll notice some trends sprinkled in there, and I have some examples in the coming slides. These are bringing great engagements. Like I said, the comments, they bring a lot of talking in the comments. So how am I going to meet those objectives? And I'm glad you asked. I will continue my boots on the ground approach to promote Flagstaff's events, attractions, and dining experiences. And I'm sure I've seen a few of you out there, me with my camera and my phone going around. I will also continue to leverage UGC, or user-generated content, to showcase Flagstaff from a visitor's perspective, which I also have in the next slide some examples. I will also stay ahead of emerging trends by being an end user and attending industry conferences and workshops, similar to the social media marketing world that I attended this previous year. And finally, I will be doing my favorite thing of educating visitors on safety practices to ensure their well-being by preserving Flagstaff's community environment, i.e. like the winter recreation map, responsible visitation, things of that sort. So Ralph, if we could do I have a couple videos as always.
You want me to pull those up right?
Yeah, if you could. So I have some videos that I did this past year. So for example, the Barefoot Trail, it got over 1.7 million views. So again, supporting our local partners. It also had 49,000 likes. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We're going snowball first.
That's
Is that
okay. That's okay. Snowball was just another partner support.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's sharing it here, but I have to close this out.
I'm sorry to make it more complicated.
No, it's all good. PowerPoint is not up to speed. They don't allow Instagram, Facebook. Here we go.
Okay. So that is Ralph's daughter, and there I am. She was going. She did such a good job. Right. Figured it would be a good way to support Snowball in their snowboarding lessons. The engagement here, what you do? Let's see. I think it got about 10,000 views on there, so it's not as popular, but I still great. Yes, still great, and I still wanted to include some more partner support. And here's our more viral video from this past year.
What's that? I guess I can zoom in.
And you'll see some familiar faces in this video as well. Sorry.
And
like some...
it's social media, so I can't start from the beginning. Literally boots on the ground.
Yes, more
Bare
feet on the
feet.
ground. Oh, jeez.
It really was trending this year.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to speak. to
Yeah,
that. Okay.
I didn't get a chance to speak to these quite yet, but I did hop on a couple trends, as you can see. Firstly, we have the Mudang trend. Just saying Mudang is very stoked to see all of our fall leaves, and that garnered some attention as well. To promote Route 66 a little bit, that is a UGC photo that I thought was super cute, just a little dog. And if you are a follower of Discover Flagstaff, like I said before, I hope you are. I have been doing a then and now series, so I compare historical photos to modern day photos with a breakdown of just the history of the place. And so those garner also quite a lot of attention, quite a lot of engagements in the comments. And then I hopped on the brat trend. So we had the Flagstaff brat trend. Again, a lot of comments, a lot of engagements on that one. So and I also
know what she's talking about. A lot of times I don't know what she's talking about.
but it works.
What do you think? I'm like, tell me more. She just knows all those trends,
Yeah.
and I don't even know. And it's really cool to thank you.
It's
So if you feel like what she's talking about, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's right. You got to be a little brat with it. But I did want to include. Yeah, brats are fun.
Bananas, rice, applesauce, and toast.
I did want to mention that my budget is included in Lori's budget, so that's why you're not seeing any numbers up here. But any questions for me?
Kind of answered. It sounds like you're segmenting nicely across, I would say, multiple generations.
Yes, thank you.
Do you ever do any like tourism, like takeovers or
Excuse me.
stuff like that?
Yes. So this past year we did do a partnership with Angie's Lobster. We did run a sweepstakes on there. Yes, there's we might do another sweepstakes again coming up soon, but yes, I would love to do more partner, especially more collab posts on that end. So yeah.
And of course with DBA, with
Yeah,
Orpheum done.
Orpheum,
There's lots of
lots of good stuff.
Well, and that's another point I want to make. Isabel will push out what you're doing if you send it to her. She'll push out what you've already done.
Right.
So if you have things that just send them to her and she'll continue to spread it, because we do that a lot with Hunter at DDA. We're like, Hunter, you don't have to do this just from your site alone. You can send it to us and then we'll continue to magnify it.
And vice versa. I mean,
Right.
vice versa.
Well, and we've had a lot of success just
doing a collab request, like,
Right.
oh, this is probably something Discover Flag would care about. We do a collab request, if she deems it good for the feed, they accept it.
Right.
Easy to be like, hey.
Love those.
I like that. Yeah, but I think it's you, Lori, you might need to push out firewood awareness.
It's just nice because it exposes them in your sphere of influence and then it just keeps growing, right? It multiplies. And vice versa. We'll do the same. Our audience is massive. But we're all looking to grow, right? And to increase followers so we can have more touch points.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions for Isabel? We can take a quick 15-minute break, potty break, whatever you want. Get some food. We do like to do working lunch, so keep things moving for y'all. We know how busy you are. And so after that, please help yourself to food. And then we're going to get into domestic leisure, earned media, PR, and film. And that will end the day.
And I'm just saying, it's going to be fun.
Lori's in charge.
You feel that?
And Oh.
Yeah, I have a. Different thing on my, like, but it, what? I am so sorry, right? Yeah, right, yeah, I can't even.
Well, Everybody.
What now?
Yeah. What do you?
Oh, I.
He's like, Brett, you should see him.
Yeah, no, I want to race. This is the, when I was younger, I love to.
It's easier saying.
It's a little tired. No, yeah. No, I've been really, I've monitoring it, and she go over the line. So it's a big difference.
I was in finishing my life.
I mean, if you're not, you're missing out on the best years of your life.
Of course, you're at you were listening. Whenever you know,
So, yeah.
I know.
Sarah, I mean, like,
Yeah. Well, it's. Okay. Yeah. My shoulders make noise. I actually. Which you also go through.
So.
Osteoarthritis. And y'all. So that's all. You don't tell me. You know, it's like then you're in the game somewhere in there. You go into that. Highway 64 is the big fire. Two cities. Like you you don't know your name.
Yeah.
And you haven't.
Yeah.
Yes, but don't you see if there's anything there?
I always thought about it's line.
What can you feel your to get to that moving trails?
Yeah.
64, so.
And
you.
and going to like.
But I was there.
Yeah. It was like, okay.
So. Last year was the New York Times. Oddly.
Yes.
Like even the New York Times was like, what do you do there? You know.
I will.
Right. BLM, Forest Service. Both have elements of it, but there's. I'm sure.
I didn't know you were going to have to wait to show and guess this. I just was. I was.
Yeah, I mean, if there are any questions about it, I would agree. It's gonna be very difficult. There are some things there. They're out of the way. It's the trails, you know, like, the trails are weird. It might be new, but I'm not that there.
Yeah, I might kind of sit squeezing from the couch with you. He doesn't know what he's doing. Just never.
Yeah.
So it's.
Yeah. Is it actually? We don't. Are you sorry? It's like.
I bet you these fires will create more California transplants coming to Arizona. It happens every time.
Yeah.
It's like, yep, that is a California reality.
Yep. Whereas.
Candace's best friend's dad just sold his Malibu home $210 million. It was ended up the most expensive house sold in California. It's insane.
Insane amount of money.
Just imagine the property tax monthly on that.
So to a tech pro.
Yeah, 1,000 structures lost so far.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah. And this later, it's like it goes away, the people start to die.
We got them years old.
I just want to say, we did such a good job.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. I know.
How you doing? Well,
Good. How you doing?
good.
I'm doing good with the food.
Cute. Picture your kid on the slopes.
Right. Well, yeah. I know.
Yeah, I have to take her up again. The beginner hill, I don't know if they have enough snow yet. Maybe last night a little bit.
Yeah, that dusting will last a day or two.
Yeah.
I'll never forget the first time we got my son up there. He was about the same age. He was just a toddler.
Uh-huh.
And I left him on the bunny slope with the instructor for a few hours while we went out skiing. And I couldn't believe what he was doing.
By the time he got back, and they have,
I got some videos of it too. I'll have to pull those up and show you.
and they are just excellent with kids. They're so good. And
And,
now,
you know,
they're 12, they're free. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, it's such a good deal. The instructors, yeah, I've
Doesn't
done
how
the
fast
same
they
thing.
learn.
Yeah.
As little as they are, like
Yeah.
really little kids, just out shredded out there.
Always lucky.
In like 3
Today. Yeah, like I explained it to me. Once you guys stopped on. Yeah. Yeah. Because I see how. Yeah. Jamie, this is so.
Yeah.
I haven't tried the ones with the taste talk yet. But I have to go back. Very hard. But just engaging other guests. It's just. Yeah. Well, that's great.
If you notice, occasionally you have a couple that are like, 50 fingers. That's when they did. Stay busy.
That's.
Just look, at the end, car drives real quick. No one even knows.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Toes work too. You gotta take middle services for now, but it's better. And so, we do without that.
They clearly are very happy.
We have a really good last number of years. So it's great.
I can't imagine seeing Jamie ever angry. I didn't see it. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have. Oh.
Too quiet. It's more the quiet thing.
That should be.
He looks outside.
So my dog, as soon as I walk in over there,
You never like it. Yeah, I enjoy it. That's a nice.
Oh, I always know where you see it.
So, and I love appreciate it. I really do. Did you see your last text?
No, I didn't see that.
See, she's pretty direct. Wow. Why would you do this?
You guys text me in class?
She has asked me questions that way.
So they're like, some of the home cats are choosing up with your valley.
It's getting. So I couldn't figure it out. And I was out of-
With the new. Then just go.
Were you there all night?
So there you go. Anthony says to David, I still.
That's what I was gonna bring up. It was just
He needs to get that.
so unbelievably awkward.
It's so dumb. Like I was sitting there.
And he was, oblivious.
He is a good. You know, commission and things. Well, he's like,
You have to watch it.
you
And
have to watch it, and he.
I didn't know.
He
You
was
just
just
like try.
he shouldn't have even answered. And then he goes, well, you know, I just they tweet it, but something like.
You don't have long left, so there's things for you. Where's the rest of your?
Sends us to.
They've spent the other, that is age, totally inappropriate. Everyone was just like.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, it needs to be.
And I told him they.
Absolutely intend to follow you on my comment about the sweeps or the airport sweeps on the.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No worries.
We had to stumble through that a little bit. But I want to clarify those things with you.
I was old in front of everybody. So he might be. I'll get all the 4 days and sure. I said, not to see her. And I'm talking kidding. It's like.
Is he trying to be funny?
Nice. I'm watching like what?
Over the corner. Just stop it.
Not know that. Get out of here. I know.
Yeah.
He followed up second about. Don't let that factor in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I will try.
Put in the position that has to let us.
It was beyond.
So I might stand up. My grade early.
I know. I mean, it's the first thing in meeting, but you know, I think it was a pretty well seated.
So around the race. I just keep studying in New York place. Go in. Why it's something like, yeah, I got it. That's it. It's like, I can't.
Did you go over it?
I mean, she could have.
Just screen.
I think it needs to be more like. So,
Because even when I did that's really.
yeah, it was.
Well, I just don't thought I. Did some canvas for all this.
Yeah, well, it's good to get that corroboration. It wasn't just me who thought that.
He's not taking thousands. I'm surprised to see you.
About 60.
Yeah. And then. Yeah. Yeah. I know.
He was. They look at me like calling us like fun.
Like a flood.
What? Get that. Actually, know if I get that. Yeah.
That's not good.
If the what is normally like that.
Oh, we have that.
Oh, another high grade. Now I feel like your page would be yours. Get a light. I want to get a light. Oh, I get
I'm a flosser. I love it. I floss after every meal.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Like right now, I'm craving. I have it in my car. I keep one in my car always.
I do too. I have it in my car.
Oh, yeah. I think so. I think we're ready to finish up eating and start up. Is that okay, madam? Yeah.
All right.
That was good. I ate too much.
Thank you, Jamie. That was really delish.
Yeah, that's later.
We're gonna put beds in this.
That's when you put the trim and you start to think.
It does do a little bit. Take a nap. Wake up. Drink your bed, obviously.
By the minute, this is stressful. I can never enjoy it. I think it. You're like,
So I was.
how's Lori's?
Yes, that's starting.
Yeah, she 2 months. She got sick and then like 2 months.
Oh, bummer.
She's starting to get better. We're down in Scottsdale for like 3 or 4 days. And we really turned me for ready. By the time we got back to the house, she was sick again.
You can.
It's like 2 finally good.
Yeah.
I'm getting very angry.
More than.
It's just, yes, he's sweetheart. She's great. It's great. So, take her first ski lesson. All the time spending. She's been to snowboard. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a reason that it's lesson.
All right, guys, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Lori's got the conch. I call it a conch or conch.
I think it's conch.
Conch. Is it conch or conch? I think it's
We're
conch,
going Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
Lunch is even done.
right? Anyway,
Anyway, all right, you guys, let's talk domestic leisure. A couple of things. Domestic leisure had quite a year in 2023. 2024, we take a look and, we look at inflation and then you hear all about the international travel, right? Because of that pent-up demand being opened and looking at that. We've got some great things to share, especially when we compare our results to our goals to last year. So some good things happening. We're going to, it's an open mic. So Grace had mentioned, raise your hand, just jump in. Please, just no, are we being recorded? Yes. Okay. So Lori Pappas.
Like Gabe asked that question.
That is, I do need to identify myself. So Lori Pappas, Marketing and Media Relations, VP, Discover Flagstaff. We're going to start with trends. So Booking.com, what are they saying about this coming year? There's going to be an increased desire for off the beaten path experiences, and that kind of goes in tandem to what Trace was mentioning. Authenticity is going to continue to be a big deal. Sustainability is going to have even bigger priority. And then there's going to be a blend between wellness and adventure. And just want to plant the seed. Trace had dangled the carrot for a little bit ago in regard to spa, and harkening back to previous annual meetings. There was conversation around spa. We really don't have spa, but what do we have? So just know that we're working on, we will be working on that, and we can talk about that more as we drill down on some of these slides. Booking.com said that there will be trips planned around nocturnal nature-based activities. And I'll tell you hold on for a second about nocturnal. Family values. Those two similar to sustainability as far as carrying more weight for this coming year. And then diversity too is an element that we need to continue to be aware of. So trend number one for Booking.com was not tourism. And it's not another way of saying we'll be taking the red-eye flights or vacationing in nightlife hotspots. Rather, the trend refers to traveling to experience the night and all its glory. So, Condé Nast really had it right last year when they said it was going to be their number one travel motivator. Certainly not going away. And you can see it too, right? So authentic experiences, you're going to hear a lot about unplugging, which, by the way, talking about unplugging, and I'm going to reference now VRBO, speak to family. We all know FOMO, fear of missing out. But JOMO, have you heard that one? Oh, yeah. The joy of missing out. Yeah, JOMO.
I'm totally that.
Yeah, so you can talk to your kids tonight. You say, Mom, I don't know what you're talking about. Just say, you're so yesterday. Yeah. So I can just still in FOMO. Yeah, yeah.
Have fun storming the castle.
It's all about JOMO.
This is why I love you.
So they want to unplug. So they want to do less, but they really want to do more. All right, but we'll work through that. So 2/3 of travelers say these types of trips reduce stress and anxiety, and nearly half say that it enhances quality time with loved ones. So family. VRBO also mentioned the phenomena list. Droves of travelers booked private vacation homes along the path of totality. So it's a top phenomenon and it's not going to go away. How about live tourism?
I have a quick question, Lauren.
Sure.
Right. What is your opinion on the difference between outdoor tourism?
Not
tourism.
not
Not tourism?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, is that just maybe like things also in the evening or maybe just being out in the evening?
Yeah, that's how
it's being out in the evening.
Gotcha.
But it's not being out at a nightclub.
Right.
It's being out in the great outdoors, which the outdoors is also a big difference.
Whereas astrodromes is specifically striking, say potentially.
Bring a little bit of insight to that, maybe. I love doing things at night. I'm definitely a night owl anyway, but when I hiked the Arizona Trail, I found myself more and more doing it at night. Especially the further south I got. And what I realized was throughout the snowy desert, it really is a nocturnal landscape. As the moon comes out and you're out there, the ground starts to glow. The flowers are all very visible. Everything's alive. You hear things stirring around in the bushes. And temperatures are cool and pleasant. It's an absolutely thrilling, mystical experience. And it doesn't surprise me that more and more people are catching on to that.
And it's the natural wonders.
And then when there is no moon, you got stars and the Milky Way.
So to that point, it's not about a place, it's about the moment. Skift, which is a travel industry news site, they similar to live tourism, they talk about the power of play and its entertainment, its sports, and its cultural experiences as well. Jen and Ryan and I were just talking about experiences, and there's opportunity for us. As you guys know, we talk about 8 national parks and monuments, and we're going to tick that up. We're thinking we're going to tick that up 1 notch to 9 to get the new monument that Biden.
That's impressive.
Because I cannot say it. So Biden pieced it up for me, and it's footprint, ancestral footprints.
Yes.
So that's how I'm going to say it. That's it. That's a fun.
Thanks. That's fine. You couldn't say it.
Influencers, they're not going away. They will continue to be a big part of the marketing tactic toolbox. Global temps are also a motivator. North will be more than a direction. It is a destination. Huh?
Head north.
Yeah, I like it. All right. VIP clients, we all have them. But you know who the new VIP client is this year? And rest assured, Discover Flagstaff and you know this. It's your pet.
Those are true.
So pet-friendly pet travel will continue to gain momentum. Travel Pulse by North Star, you might remember weekly. We have no, actually it was before our annual meeting. That was in early November. They awarded us 2 awards. One was for Be Fire Aware, and the other one was for Responsible Visitation.
Yes.
Yes. All right. And they are saying slow travel. You guys, do you see all the patterns here from the different verticals in the travel industry? Travelers are increasingly shifting away from rushed itineraries. Ryan, that might be refreshing. Itineraries and fast-paced tourism. They're opting for deeper
more intentional experiences, prioritizing personal restoration and environmental care.
Would that mean potentially, the 3-day visit might see as many stops along the tourism journey as a 1 or 2-day visit? Times, does that mean they're maybe staying longer and spreading their visit out?
We
Is
hope
that
so.
implication?
That would be nice,
Right.
without rushing.
Right, versus one night, but they're just doing fewer.
And it might be more repeat visits too. So they can get A and B on trip 1, C and D on trip 2, so forth. Home to go, their travel trends, you guys, this is really cool. 2025, from their survey, when it comes to domestic breaks, US travelers have their sights set on destinations that deliver bucket list worthy experiences. Hawaii, with its stunning beaches and rich culture, takes the number 2 spot on the list. While the most searched states for spring and summer 2025 was Arizona, famed for its outdoor adventure and the Grand Canyon. No, it was number 3. Super cool. So good things happening here. Let's see. Before we progress to, let's head to the next slide now. So Jessica Johnson mentioned marketing rule of 5. Julie, this might be your first look. This is a nuanced look of a marketing rule of 5. So this is, I guess, a philosophy that Discover Flagstaff looks at and considers when we think about our objectives and tactics. Our campaigns are based on visitor behavior. So once we understand the behavior, once we understand where they're coming from and what they're doing, we execute on these in these various platforms, silos, tactics, and then working throughout our team to make sure that the programming is just very consistent and understanding the way people are consuming messages. So marketing trends, there's a tug of war between organic and paid media that just lives on. And DMOs will continue this year to strike a balance. We report on having success, as you guys know, with our paid media, organic media as well. You just heard from Isabel and the great things that she's accomplished. IG Reels really do take a big lead when it comes to organic content. That's gonna be a common thread. Video. It's just going to be a common thread. As one of our paid media wins here, it was our national parks. The average click-through rate was 0.42. The reign of Instagram is going to continue, and we will align organic and paid on the platform to make sure that the dollar is being used down. Long and short-term videos, just mentioned that they're going to continue to grow. AI, that will continue to resonate, and its search engine strength is real. I think we're really going to see a bump in that. And we're working with our partners right now to make sure that we are in a great position. Search engine continues to see discoverflagstaff.com as an authority domain. And I know y'all, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. We talk about it monthly. But that recognition does not come lightly. Sabrina spends a tremendous amount of time making sure that the content that we have is optimized. That's optimized for voice as well. It's a big lift, but I think we are in the right direction, even with blogs. So strategies with blogs and keywords, and especially the search with AI, that's going to change. We've got a focus on it. Hey, digital, we will continue with strategies for authenticity, headlines, and wordsmithing. It's just will continue.
And we'll continue to serve to the right audience at the right time. Again, we've got to make sure that we're doing that. Website, we increased our page views, you guys. Last year, we were at 2.9 million. 2.6 million. This year, you guys, we were at 3.5. Huge. Okay, mic drop. Let's see. So we're going to continue to market to our audiences pretty much in these 4 verticals. Familiar is our potential traveler, less familiar, unfamiliar, and then our local resident. You guys have seen this deck, so I'm going to dig into the speaking points, especially as we get to objectives and tactics, and then anyway, that's going to facilitate more conversation. Messaging will continue with a hub and spoke strategy, and we'll speak very clearly to each market. The community that we serve the markets, it's going to be different. You all know that, but there's some opportunities too. So we're gonna talk as well. So let's go to the next slide. So let's talk about where we've been. So before we dig in on our visitors shown on the map above, I want to share a bird's eye view of shifts in the 2024 countrywide population. And the reason why this is important is you guys know we have people moving in and out of Phoenix, right? Our #1 drive market. When I say Phoenix, please know I'm talking Metro Phoenix. But the same thing also is happening in California. California, Trace and I were talking about this yesterday, and it depends on which source you cite. They had 1 million people moving out, but how many people are moving in to offset it? The point is we need to continue to educate these people. So Austin, kind of to your conversation earlier in the morning, it's like, do you really need to market? Well, the answer is heck yeah. And actually, while I was driving, truth be told, asked that. He did. But he said he understands now. But he understands.
Context of
ID.
I don't know.
I was reflecting on the journey I've gone and how important it is.
To market to LA specifically, despite
To
goal.
market.
The part I remember is, no, the part I remember is as I was driving to Starbucks and then.
And some people really do have that perspective when they think of tourism, is that people are going to come anyway, but they're not. And people need to learn Flagstaff exists and put it on their map and their radar.
It's less with bad behavior. That's the thing. We'll get the 10% more, but we'll get a lot better behavior.
So it's all about that quality visitor. That's what Trace is. So looking at this map and looking at last year, so this year, Arizona's at 42%. Last year, we were at 46%. So we lost a little bit of Metro Phoenix, but that means that we grew in other areas. So drive market and medium haul. So let's talk about this. California last year was 12.29, and this year we're 12%. So it sounds like it's a little bit of doom and gloom, but it's really not. Because we did see growth in Nevada. We saw growth in Utah. We saw growth in New Mexico. We saw growth in Texas, Florida. Yeah. So there's good points, and I'm going to get into the weeds here, and we're going to drill down more into the DMA. Yes.
Is Texas high because we focus there or because we have a direct air link there? Because I keep thinking, God, if we get Denver or LA or anywhere back on, that would just make it so much easier to come here.
Totally.
Definitely makes sense. So Texas as a state, we were up. But when we drill down to DMA, Dallas, we were south.
Interesting.
And this is one look. So you hear monthly again that we slice and dice, and we've got multiple platforms that we scrape for data. We'll take a look. But you guys, we're in a good place. Okay, so I'll tell you the story here. All right, next slide. So markets driving quality visits. So here you can see a quality visit index, which shows how our top origin markets experience our destination compared to our overall visitor. And this is according to key attributes of a quality visit: accommodation and local spend, engagement with our website content. And this is only one look, and we're going to see a couple more looks as we progress. So look at the quality of visit index. Los Angeles is at 101, so is Tucson. And then at the very bottom, Chicago is 102. What's important here, and again, this is in your deck. So I'm not quite sure if you guys had a chance to really dissect this, but you got to look at the percent of visitors. So LA, and this is 50 miles plus, so that's why you're not seeing Phoenix. Okay, Phoenix would be on that session. 50 plus miles. Right, that's why they're not. It's 50 plus. It's 15 plus miles, so Metro Phoenix will be the next closest.
Okay.
Okay, so percent of visitors, and then you guys, I want you to scroll to percent of accommodations, accommodation visitors, that's kind of the middle one. 31% is coming from LA, drop down to, you've got Las Vegas, go down to the 30s, Albuquerque, Dallas is at 32 and is our highest, along with Houston's, that's a Texas market. Toward the bottom, you've got San Francisco at 29%. So this is a snapshot of the quality visitor.
Yeah, so it's safe to say that Phoenix would be in the red because it's a lot of day use visits.
Let's go look at a couple more slides.
Okay.
Yeah, look at this. And we'll go down in you'll see more here. All right, so Phoenix by far is our number one visitor. And look to the right and you can see the comparisons when we talk to goals, and I'll share our growth on goals in subsequent slides. But you can get a bird's eye view on our performance and where we drove visitation. And you can see it's our drive market and it's our medium haul market. Many of these, which you see, were included in our DMAs last year. So goals 1, 2, and 3. Again, we will get a little more granular in subsequent slides. But we've got some good numbers here. Next slide, please. You know what, can you go back, please? All right. It was 2 slides above that when it was talking about website engagement. It's around 2, yeah. Yep, right there. Look at that far right column and the website engagement rate for these markets. And the reason, you guys, this is so warming for our organization is everything we do drives to our website. Everything we do. Earned media drives to discoverflagstaff.com. Media, of course. Social media drives to discoverflagstaff.com. We talked about missions, sales missions. We're always driving to our .com. And to see this kind of engagement, you guys, it really is. And that tells us, and I'll be sharing some more stats, but it tells us that the content is spot on. It's telling us that we're talking to the right person. So visitor markets with a highest share of spend, again, this is kind of going to that quality visitor. And we've got Phoenix in that top line. And this can help enhance our planning as we continue to build tactics as we look into this next year. It is showing year over year. And there's, you guys, you can see, I mean, there's some close marks here. But we are getting the mark. So Phoenix is that top line. It's 42%. Los Angeles is second, and it's up about 0.2%. Albuquerque is also doing as well, and they're definitely staying the night. I mean, we've got Tucson and Salt Lake. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you know, it's everybody at the table here.
Laura, I need those slides sent to Claire Harper at the airport.
Okay.
Yeah, this is for airline attraction efforts and,
Oh, perfect.
yeah.
All right. No problem. Next slide. Here we're going to look at which markets are most likely to stay at the accommodations. And this is a little bit of a snapshot of what we saw before, but we brought it down easier to focus on. You guys, but look at the growth of last year accommodations versus this year.
Is this excluding?
I am not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it's hotels. Are you seeing some variances from what you experience, or does this seem experiencing? And these are devices. This information is coming from devices being observed in market. So these people weren't necessarily served an ad, but these are just devices that were observed in market. So it could be both. They could be both.
Yeah, because they're going to observe the device, and then the device the same next day, it's in the same market. Yeah, it's probably both.
We're looking at studies on the RPOs, the Economic Policy Institute. They did a presentation at their economic conference just a couple of months ago. They also have a study on VRBLs.
They do. You can find it online.
Yes.
Very neutral.
And they Flagstaff opening it up basically on the
All right. What else?
I'll read it for you. She'll massage your neck while I'm reading it.
Yeah. Right. Let's look at length of stay. Next slide. All right. So here you go, Trace.
Yeah.
Length of stay for DMAs. Or Phoenix was 2.2. LA 2.4. You guys can read on. But yeah, look at Tucson.
So remember, these are of the folks who did spend the night, right? So Phoenix, the number is going to be way lower percentage. You've got a lot of day use. You look at a Los Angeles, very high. Most were spending the night. So yeah.
Okay, looking into this a little bit more. The top age group was 45 to 64-year-olds. The average length of hotel stay was 2.2. Top markets stayed the same as in 2023, with Metro Phoenix having a larger margin. Tucson, Vegas, Dallas, and LA had the highest attribution for hotels. So that's going to ads. People who were served ads in these markets were likely to stay more nights. You know what's impressive though about this is that you've got the drive market and mixed in here. Yeah, so you don't see it really split up. You would think. And then again, like you mentioned, Phoenix and Prescott, they're pretty stuck. They're not like they spent 90 in hotels, but they are according to this. Oh, you know what? It's because don't look at Prescott as Scott, because the DMA that, I guess it's Flagstaff.
What?
Never mind. So I guess where I was going to so you understand, and you might know this, but Flagstaff is in the Prescott DMA. Yeah, which is, yeah, anyway. So, yeah, so it is, the Phoenix Prescott, but I would say that's non Phoenix. All right, let's go into our proposed goals and strategies. Okay. So as far as, so what you're looking at now is what our proposal is for 2026, but we're going to backtrack and share our growth and our results from the previous year. So objective one last year was to increase visitation by at least 2% from the top 5 geolocations. And I can share with you, I'll rattle these off. Our visitor day increases were seen from people in targeted markets. Phoenix was up 3.2. Tucson was up 3.5. Albuquerque was up 0.79. Vegas was up was up 2%. Salt Lake was up 1.4. San Diego was up 3.6. San Francisco was up 3.88. Seattle 6.3 and New York 1.1. It's pretty good. Now we did have decreases. So let's look. LA was down 0.77. Dallas was down 3%. Denver was down just under 1%. 0.9. Chicago was down 3.7. Houston down 1.4. And Atlanta 2. So those DMAs that I had listed are DMAs that were in last year's objectives. So we had some great growth, but we did have some losses as well. But you know, when we look at losses from Chicago 3.7, the percentage of visitation, the fact that we were up in Phoenix, the fact that we're up in Tucson, Albuquerque, Vegas, those are big wins. So there's a look there.
You said LA was down, but it wasn't LA one of the places it was down in general.
So I mean, I say down and I'm really going to say that's right. There's a margin of error. So there's some things to consider. Let's all post COVID. Yeah.
It's not necessarily going into the drug market as their vacation.
Right, a lot of international, right? Yeah, when you look at it, we're comparing year over year. And we're up against those international visits, but yet we're still scoring these big numbers. Well, what I'm saying are big numbers. I don't know how you feel if they're big numbers, but they're wins. They're decent increases. It's great. People who were served ads were 4.5 times more likely to visit the destination. So again, serving the right message to the right.
Those digital ads?
Mostly, yes. We served 14.2 million impressions. The average click-through rate was 0.30, which exceeds goal 0.12. On the high end of the benchmark, it's 0.18. We had great video completion rate, which was 84.74, which was about 9.9, almost 10% higher than all right. Any questions before we move on? So we talked about last year and where we are. Any comments on growth? Any comments on performance? Awesome. Thank you. Okay.
I guess, are there any trends, like in the places outside of drive markets that we're used to with Phoenix? Any of those other states that maybe the tourism partners could help leverage more visits, or anything that you know about those markets, or the help us cater to those markets more?
And you're saying more the medium haul, what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Dallas
has a tremendous amount of opportunity. I think LA has a tremendous amount of opportunity.
Is that something like Grand Canyon, like they're here for adventure? Or
They're definitely here for adventure and outdoors, and we're gonna get into that as far as where they're going. Also, I think I think there's opportunity to leverage Page and Pittsburgh National Forest. So I think those two things, but let's get into the conversation because you guys might, tap me back in the right lane or whatever. But I'm just curious to hear what you think. And I think too, we also have to be a little careful, a little sensitive, when we start reaching into the page. Let's talk. We'll talk. All right. Michael has a slip like, do we?
No, well, no, I was gonna ask, were there any fails this last year that we learned something interesting or new that's gonna drive changes this year?
Well, I think the fails are, we could have talked more about Page.
Interesting.
Because we know our devices were observed there. A lot. So Antelope Canyon, Horseshoe Bend, right?
We don't claim them enough. We say they're in northern Arizona. We don't claim them as ours. And, hey, Vegas claims Grand Canyon. We claim Page. More.
well, and people staying in Flagstaff, basically.
And then we have more of a nightlife, right? So there's.
You think Flag closes at 9, Page probably closes at 6.
Right. So I think as we talk about misses, I think that, it's nice to see the research, right? But it's also like opportunities though. Yeah, right. And that's
Just curious, because we're going through our planning right now and we're learning more from what we failed at the brewery this last year. And let's hope it goes next year decisively. So that I'm asking not to point a finger, I'm asking what are we to learn that this is interesting?
Well, what happened there in your four walls, think about that. And then as we go in deeper into this and let's see if there's some common threads that we should be leveraging.
I will say, Michael, that I get pitched a lot when it should be given to them. And I'll say, Lori, what about this? And Lori will say, hey, we've done that and we didn't get good response, or we didn't get good tip throughs, or we didn't do whatever. So she tracks all of that. Pick that one that was specific.
I think I've got some things.
Okay, but yeah, so she'll tell me when I say, hey, this sounds good. She'll say, no, we did that. And we did not. It wasn't successful. So she does track all of that so that we don't waste our precious funds going into somewhere just because somebody knows me or wants to do something.
Okay. All right. So looking at objective 1, plans for drilling down and accomplishing the objective. So we've got high value markets, Los Angeles, Vegas, Tucson, and Albuquerque. And I think as we talk about what we can do better, I really think we need to talk to Tucson more frequently. How we can do it. I think we could do some out of home. So I think we can go ahead and put some boards up there. Trace and I haven't chatted about this. This is just kind of like thinking about.
We're chatting about Tucson.
Oh, yeah.
We think Tucson, we could do a better job. They're an overnight stay. They're located for, you put boredom more than we should.
I don't like that word. But to be honest, Trace has been talking Tucson for quite some time. And I just think now with the research, it's just really.
Yeah, because I see the Pine Top a lot and all that. We need to be like that.
They might as well bring them on here. Yeah.
So I brought this up last year. I think it was an idea that was well exceeded, if I remember correctly. I can't believe it's been a whole year since we last had such a here. Billboards along I-40 to capture accidental travelers. I brought it up last year by mentioning that I was out by St. John's and saw a billboard for the Arizona Snow Desert Museum. I've heard of it. We talked about it for a minute. Heidi, you were a little leery of it because of snow and heartbeat. And billboards, but obviously we're not talking about billboards in Flagstaff or around Flagstaff or necessarily divided billboards. Correct. We should look, as soon as you're in Arizona, on either side, we should have riders thinking about spending the night in Flagstaff because you got to stop somewhere, and we've got another we've got the Discovery Center, we've got all sorts of stuff.
So we not only
You know, and these are the people who don't plan. They're not they don't have a night. They don't know where they're staying for the night.
we like
Still
the
planning those people.
we like the idea. In fact, we drove I-40. So look for where it would make sense. We do stuff we don't tell you about, but yeah, we drove by 40. We're not in line.
No, you're not lying.
Mhm.
But we did take it serious. We did not go all the way to St. John. But there are no, so we kind of honed it in and was looking, and we're looking more between the Seligman area to Flagstaff. Which are not available. We are on the wait list.
And I hope there don't become a lot like that.
Wait list for 2 years with that.
You have been,
We got one. Yeah, we got last year, but we were on a wait list.
is it Americana? What's the American outdoor? Yeah.
Yeah, we got one.
Where's it at?
It is,
Right from you.
it's not far from Flag. I'd say it's just maybe 25 minutes, 30 minutes from Flag. West. For the eastbound traffic.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we have a 1 year ticket.
Yes,
We have an I-17 and then we have an 89. I'm trying to get that Grand Canyon traffic. We're doing, we're exiting.
The one,
But even Gallup, you know,
we can buy more billboard.
Gallup.
That is a budget.
Yeah, they're so rare.
Murphy's.
Even on like 17, you'll take that billboard from my dying hands. It was so hard to get billboard, but we're also limited.
challenge.
Yeah. I'll say we are limited more so because we can't have any lighted billboards, which is difficult. We see the reflective text. Lighted billboards between here and
And there are.
lighted ones.
Yeah, they're not digital, but they're lit.
That's one of the beefs that some council.
And God forbid that suddenly I-40 is lined billboards. So,
Right.
Yeah.
So I'll say the reflective test, we get a lot of comments because it stands out from just the billboards with lights on them. Having billboards with reflective text for the evening, and then it's a bragging right that you're not polluting the skies, but they stand out more than you
that's the
think.
one in I-17.
They're all reflective text.
Okay.
So,
We,
I mean,
listen,
it's kind of on topic, but Bucky's, it's a billboard in Tucson and Phoenix, telling everybody that it's behind them in Texas. But it's, that's.
They start doing mile countdowns at 300 miles away.
But it's backwards. You have to turn around to go back that however many miles.
Red advertising.
So would you be adverse to utilizing digital boards and if we use digital boards in Phoenix promoting the EDC?
I mean, if the city is the one signing the contract, you're to say what happened. So no, but we couldn't use our budget dollars on digital billboards or money boards, unfortunately. You know, God forbid Phoenix something like that happened. Right? But it's very exhausting. Our wait list might have been affected by that as well. We were on the wait list for 2 years to get a billboard.
Yeah. So you beat me to it. They're now wait listed. So it is in the works.
Thing.
Right. Well,
What is it? Mountain, not mountain. What's the
newer development community like West Applied. Belmont. It's right outside of Belmont.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Okay.
But we also, oh, by the way, all of our billboards have Flagstaff, Arizona, and then we have the mileage. So when you're going through, it's even how many miles are treated with Flagstaff. Specifically, not just full campus.
I like that.
So they can position where it is and Flagstaff has a memorable name so that they know it's not just a billboard that says, go along. It gives miles to Flagstaff as a kind of mile marker.
Yeah, nice.
We'll continue to keep looking.
Yes. And then also for Tucson, we're thinking that there's opportunity to leverage the breakfast and Flagstaff creative. So the one, I was gonna say with Satchmo.
Sectionals.
Great.
Was not live. Do you guys recall?
We have to do a creative Sasquatch at Satchmo's. I love it.
So anyway, going back to your question, I think that there is tremendous opportunity with Tucson. I really do. Going beyond Los Angeles, or let me back up. Phoenix and Tucson observe or experience Flagstaff very, very similarly.
I'll note that our Tucson, are not as successful from an astrotourism standpoint in Tucson because of sense. So a note there for any spend in Tucson, probably any astrotourism has would do better in other markets.
Good call. Yeah. Okay, so getting to, I had mentioned I would share what these geographies and people are experiencing when in market. 50% of the devices were observed in the city limits. 13% were observed at Grand Canyon National Park. So Phoenicians and Tucsonians are going to the Grand Canyon. Interesting, I thought, but I think that speaks to the influx domestic migration that's happening. And 7% go to downtown Flagstaff. Los Angeles, 22% visit the Grand Canyon National Park, 19% visit Greater Range. So, Michael, great opportunity for the elements. There's opportunity for the LA market for us to tell our proximity page, and we think we can accomplish that with, this, like as grand as it gets or as stellar as it gets, and we have the state, and we'll see some ads. But maybe above Grand Canyon, we go page just to show that, to create that proximity and awareness. LA, there's opportunity to drive seasonality. So we can drive demand for our shoulder seasons. And what if we create a partnership with Visit Sedona? So not only can they visit Flagstaff, but they can also take in Sedona because they're probably to do this, capturing LA, I think we can do some more video over the top, talk about Grand Canyon. Let's add in the slots, Horseshoe Bend, Antelope Canyon, and then
We are at the 1 hour mark.
thanks, Trace. Las Vegas, their visitation, their 29% are observed in Flagstaff, 28% are seen at the Grand Canyon, 25% are seen in Page. So again, there's opportunity for us to tell our proximity.
You're talking about Page, are you really referring to Antelope Canyon?
Yeah, we wouldn't advertise market page. We would market the attractions within it. So that,
But when you invoke the word Page,
we're talking about the slot in.
Yeah.
Yeah, why someone would go to page, yes.
it's not the Lake Powell's.
It could be.
Yeah.
Horseshoe.
Water level.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Meeting.
It is technically, but go ahead.
Sorry. I just refreshed my memory. I know, was it last year that we started doing like eat Flagstaff kind of stuff, like along drive routes, so get people to stop here to eat. Have we done other kind of like once they're like say they're in Kingman? Do they get ads, say the next stop on your journey is Flagstaff or something like that?
Yes, it's fencing. But
Yeah.
I'll let Laura answer.
No, I have not yet.
Well, I'm just using Kingman as an example, but like, once they're in route, when they say they're doing the Route 66 trip, do they get ads as they get closer and closer to Flagstaff?
She spent 17, but nothing else, but we could look into more.
Well, we fenced 40 as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was strictly for dining. And it was around, I think the distance was between, on 40, between maybe Seligman and Zolo. And then I think 17, it was north of Sedona.
What I'm thinking about is just, it's reminded of, I was in Vegas recently, and now I'm still getting the Vegas ads. Right? Yeah, everybody said all the shows to go see and stuff like that. But where might they be staying the night further down the road? Doom scrolling in their hotel room, maybe haven't exactly figured out their next stop, 66 or whatever, something to that effect. This is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, like people planning their next day at the hotel.
Yeah, I just wrote it down.
All right, let's go to the next slide. Here we're gonna look at some creatives. So what worked? We did A/B testing. I think you guys had a big part in that, particularly to the brewery ads. We did, as far as our websites, we had some wins with content callouts. When we're negotiating print, we're very diligent on right reads and far forward. Talking about right reads and far forward. Anybody see this month's Phoenix Magazine? Page 3, right there. Yeah, super cool. So always working very, very hard with that. Digital, the average click-through rate remained the same as last year. Seasonality wise, our spring break had a 0.22 click-through rate. Spring training had a 0.35. Winter recreation had a 0.1. Grand Canyon National Park, 0.28. Stellar had a 0.28. And festivals had a 0.29. Some of the ads you're looking at here are festival ad ran in Phoenix New Times. The ad on the left ran in Grand Canyon, Grand Circle Travel Planner. And then to the right are digital ads. Any thoughts here? Keep on moving on. So what I'm hearing from Trace. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at our brewery ads, and we accomplished a lot with this objective. Another example, again, here is our brewery ads, and we also did a partnership with Taste of Arizona. And then this particular ad, the double truck ran in Taste of Arizona, and then we took it down to a single page in Phoenix Magazine, I believe. For the breweries, digital ads, we had a 0.45 click-through rate. And brewery focus was a little heavier in the months of February, September, and October. We'll go to the next page. Let's see, what are we looking at here? Is that Route 66? Route Magazine is on the far left. And we'll give, the plan here is for Route Magazine to do a little bit more, especially as we're on the cusp of Route 66. We've got digital data by to the right. Leafometer and Snowometer had some really strong performances this year. And I think it's coincident. It's ironic, maybe is a better word. for snowometer. It has definitely seen a lift this year. It's okay. Yeah.
Snow risk is low.
Yeah. I've seen this. Next slide. Thanks. Take a look at the video here.
I'm a 7,000-foot clean air town. My easygoing nature is well known. I don't mean to brag, but I'm the place with easy access to 8 national parks and monuments. I'm looking for people looking to make memories. We can go grand with a bucket list of must-dos, or we can take it slow. A weekend getaway? I'm flexible. And kids? Well, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
So this ad ran as over the top in key markets. We have a similar ad running right now in Metro Phoenix for winter visitation. Next. And speaking of winter recreation, I think you all are familiar with this. This is our freestanding insert. We push these out twice a year. One, usually the first or second week in December, and this is the one you're looking at. And then we'll also push another insert out generally around. Generally, the reach here is about 200,000. Again, it's in the Arizona Republic, so our number one growing market. As far as content, it's going to be things to do. We're going to talk about accommodations, responsible visitation, and the summer issue. It's all about being fire aware. And then we also get some added value from the publication as well. So in total, we're about 400,000 impressions. Next slide. And we'll take a look at a lifestyle segment.
And I'm gonna forward. It's a longer segment.
Looking.
So where was I?
Got a fresh New York kettle boiled bagel. What do you love most about the work that you're doing here at Fat Bagels? You know, I mean, the obvious is we're putting out a great product, but it's opening the door and a lot of opportunities. We're about to introduce our special needs program where I have a son with Down syndrome, so we're opening up 6 positions here. This concept is going to help fund a group home that will just be all about inclusion as well. We also got to talk about the location, because when you're going to places, you're visiting places, location is so important.
So we'll continue with lifestyle segments, and then we'll switch back and forth, usually with channels 3, 5, and 12. And here we're looking at some of our out-of-home boards. These are in Los Angeles, about 11 million impressions, and these are rotator boards, so we're switching locations throughout the DMA. Palm Springs is about 2.4 million impressions. That one is Staff. And that's traveling east on I-10 as we head to Phoenix. It's a little bit in regard to what you were saying, you two people before they get over here. And inspired them to get it. So the one at Palm Springs, they're heading for Phoenix, over 22 motor people just close. Yeah. And then we also had a board in Vegas, and that was 9 impressions. And we will continue to work with the Legends District, and that's that really large board with the hiking boots, with the illustration of the outfits. All right, now we're going to share a little bit about our email campaign. So we're going to turn it over to Smith.
Awesome. Thanks, Lori. Ralph, if you could do your fancy zooming, if we could start on that image on the left, please. Beautiful. So up at the very top, you'll see 3 black boxes. So these are for sharing. We have one master email that goes out to 27,000 people per month. These people are opt-ins from website signups or leads from some of our partners, such as Grand Circle Association, it's been mentioned a couple of times, or national park trips. These shares are for their personal account, so they can share with their friends and family and let them know that we exist and we're putting out content that resonates. Subsequent click-throughs are things to do, where to stay, dining and nightlife. Those stay the same throughout the year.
just to make easy click through for everybody reading. We do always include content surrounding dining, things to do. We always have our accommodations click through. Something that's new during 2024 was our Route 66 Centennial Suggestions section. So this is kind of a one by one new suggestion for an itinerary every month. This November email was one of our top opened and clicked through emails. And our Route 66 section did feature the ADC, just talking about how we're the first international dark sky city along Route 66. Of course, there's many more dark sky brags. This is just a November example. Moving on to the further right images, there is Pledge Wild at the top there. We do always have click through for our readers and potential or past visitors to donate to our Pledge Wild initiative. We have click through to our Flagstaff 365 events calendar. People can subscribe to additional email newsletters, just knowing that they've already opted in previously and they're more likely to opt in again. And then we move on to our virtuous visitor section, just kind of sharing some etiquette, trail etiquette, outdoor etiquette, leave no trace, things that we're pushing year round. And then below that, every email does include a click through to our visitor guide, which is a pretty common click. Top clicks are typically accommodations. We do see that in the top 3 clicks, especially for this last year. During 2023, email campaigns did cost roughly $3,000, but because we have accumulated more opt-in readers, it has achieved a $4,000 fee. We're currently looking into new email campaign platforms, so that price may be changing sometime during 2025. Of course, we'll keep you posted on our monthly get-togethers.
But there's also some need, right?
There is need. So the point of moving to a different platform is to keep up with what's trending, what's new with technology such as the AI features. We're also looking to get video capability. Not sure if any of you have been getting any emails that have little video. I think it's GIFs, not sure how everyone likes to say it, but you know, those short 4 to 5 second videos. We're using Constant Contact. They are not currently offering that kind of capability. So we're looking for that as well as some new reporting. I noticed when I was going through our reporting, I wasn't able to narrow down our state and city markets and demographics the way that I really wanted to. Of course, I can find that information through our lead generation and go through the Excel spreadsheets, but as you can imagine, that's a little bit more tedious. So looking for a new platform that can just accommodate us and our growth a little bit more would be ideal. So pricing is subject to change, but every email does offer this itinerary style. So this is really meeting the objectives for 1, 2, and 3, increasing our visitation because it offers a little bit of everything for our readers. It does entice them with food. For example, our December email featured Beer Week, which is coming up. We're also going to feature Beer Week in our January and February emails, and then next will be festivals. So we're always trying to stay up to date and relevant with what's happening soon as people are planning. Dining, people will need to eat when they're here, and then by accommodating additional information such as seasonal or holiday happenings, we want them to stay the night. So we're trying to, in a condensed way, offer them quite a few things to do without too many scrolls. I did attend several free webinars this year just to learn more about what's changing, what's trending, make sure that Discover Flagstaff is meeting that. 2 to 3 scrolls is what people are willing to do. And then anything beyond that is lost on them.
I think about like your user experience. Isn't that true?
There's also an email that goes out to our local residents. So supporting Objective 4, building local resident engagement. And this supports our 7 pillars of supporting local, donating, volunteering, mentoring, supporting education. Hopefully you guys are subscribed to our Flagstaff Local. If not, let me know. I will get you signed up easily.
I have a quick question. Your emails have always been incredibly successful. So I feel like usually in your reports, you're competing against yourself every year for like great. So, first, congratulations on that, but that also puts some risk into A/B testing because you have a good thing that's obviously above standard. But I'm curious if you've tested anything where there's more information about the fold for that first scroll. Well, I know understanding an A/B test is risky when you already have success. I'm curious.
You know what? First off, thank you. We have not really experimented with above the fold. We've kind of keeping it as is. I do have a heat map on my reporting, which is showing where people click, which commonly is our hero image, which is always changing. So our hero image is always changing. But other than that, I have not A/B tested with the design so much as send days and times, which we're finding that Thursdays at exactly 10:30, not 10:25, not 10:40, 10:30 is our most successful date time, which may change, but that's what the webinars are always saying is that.
We send ours at 10:40.
Yeah.
Thursday has the highest opening percentage.
Thursday is also press release day.
I don't know why, but it's,
But I love this conversation. I can really appreciate this conversation.
I mean, with almost 5,000 people that, and if we get that massive first, more than Tuesdays, more than Saturdays.
Yeah, ours is, I think, 60,000 and it's very expensive. But so we only said, but it's Thursday mornings. So that's also when we, our PR firm will only send press releases on Thursday.
We've tried other days, we've tried other times, we've tried morning, we've tried afternoon. Thursday, 10:30, it's that magical time, yeah.
Well, Friday, you're too busy.
And I have to ask, are both of your databases primarily Metro Phoenix?
No, ours are, well, a lot of it's members that subscribe to us, but ours is oddly kind of out of date and something. I can actually find those and I'll send them over to you if you'd like to see where.
Because if it's 10:30 Arizona time, then those are night outs. Tourism.
Yeah, there are people who subscribe to us, got us through our partnership with National Park Trips. And they clicked a button and subscribed.
That's ours.
Yours as well.
National Park Trips,
Yeah, National Park Trips is a really big contributor to our subscription base. And because of that, originally it was mostly drive market, but our numbers have been skewing away from that since we've been leveraging that partnership a bit more. But yeah, it's Thursday mornings. It's not necessarily at 10:30, but it's always Thursday morning.
What is yours, Metro Phoenix?
It's a mix, largely Arizona.
Okay.
Our press releases doesn't go out 7 Thursday.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I guess also as you look at the last other day time zones.
Yeah, I think our for audience favors West Coast versus what I was used to in other, oil and gas and stuff like that, favoring West Coast time.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, keeping with the fun numbers that we all love, our average open rate for this last year was 39%, which is 7% increase to what the industry average sees. And then our average click-through rate was 2%. I would love to see this higher, but it is still 1% higher than the industry average as well. And we did get 1,584 opt-ins during 2024. And in addition to leads from partners, as well as signups from our website, which is also requesting visitor guide, tangible copies to be mailed to them. We also run our sweepstakes year round. It doesn't run year round. You guys have heard us talk about it previously that they run for a few weeks to a couple months throughout the year. So we'll have our festival sweepstakes, our beer week sweepstakes. We've had snowometer sweepstakes. We're always looking for new opportunities with that. We did talk about some creative updates. So we have our winter sweepstakes that's running right now. And we did add the word free as requested by our commission. We are seeing good numbers. I will have numbers at our next tourism commission meeting for everybody. And let's go to the next slide as well, please. So during 2024, we did start launching a drip style email. So the master email that we were just talking about on the last slide, when somebody clicks on, say, an outdoor activity, they will be opted into one of these drip audiences. So we have an events drip, a dining drip, and an outdoor activities drip.
And so these, again, have also been A/B tested to ensure that we're meeting our readers at the correct time that they like to check their email at. They do all have that accommodations and stay the night buttons to make sure that they're considering staying longer than just a one event, or maybe they're our drive market and looking at driving to do a dinner. We want them to stay longer. And then, of course, always have our visitor guide. So even though some of the information may be a little bit repetitive, we want to continue to grow that seed that we've planted that we want to stay the night. Our event drips were the top performing drips. I think that's it for me for email campaign.
Well, and as far as events being top performing, I think that also speaks to our Google Analytics because we're seeing events and festivals.
Oh, okay, sorry. I got a couple.
Less than 40 minutes.
So do we need to ask for more time?
This information, I have an emergency meeting, so I have to leave at 1:35. It's not a quorum.
Would you like us to try to hit the mark at 2:00?
Yeah.
Okay, so meeting.
Maybe
Pick up the-
some of these a little bit.
Yep.
All right. Objective 2, this is our Dallas flight market. So we know that the market visitation was down just a little bit. But we can say that the enplanements from Pulliam certainly on the up. So again, just another look, just slice and dice with this market. Again, looking at opportunities and what we can do. There was conversation internally about perhaps reaching out to our library in the Grand Canyon and see kind of a little bit of what Jonathan was mentioning. If they don't have plans to get to Flagstaff, perhaps there's real estate app on the external side of the library to message the state of Flagstaff. So there's opportunity that way. We do know that, as I mentioned, that they are going to the Grand Canyon. That opportunity to get them to stay longer. As far as creative, which we have served to this market. Next slide, please. So the Arizona Official Visitor Guide is what you see on the lower left. So it was all about dark skies and seven national parks and monuments, which that 7 more would turn to 8 more because of that new relatively new national monument. Oh, there it is. How is that? That's it. Yeah. Yeah. And then to the right is creative that ran in D Magazine. We're also this month running in Texas Monthly as well. Next slide. Objective 3 is overnight stays. We really honed in as far, I think we had 6 or 7 DMAs listed in last year's objective. New York, Atlanta, and Seattle were included. It's just too many. So focusing on those that really have more of an opportunity to convert. Not a lot of budget is spent on this objective. It's mostly next slide, please. Some of the creative that does reach this market are going to be the visitor guides. We've got Route Magazine, USA Today. As far as spring training, that makes perfect sense, right? Because they've got teams coming in for the practice. Next slide, please. And objective 4, this is our local resident engagement objective. I do want to share as far as what we can do or what we are doing right now that's new is that we recently forged a relationship with the Arizona Department of Transportation, and there are 3 rest stops north and southbound that they've agreed to install sign holders, and they will carry the Be Fire Aware. They'll alternate Be Fire Aware and the winter recreation visitation. Yeah, so some good news there. Other than that, just continuing to work with Pledge for the Wild, really working to create awareness of the things that we are accomplishing, which actually I think speaks well to the bond, or not the bond, of the vote that we recently secured for the tax. We'll continue with own media, paid media, as we. Anything that you guys want to add, rushing through this? Okay, next slide.
Is that the next slide?
There we go. Here we go. Just to peek at some of the other communication, marketing communication that we push out. Digital print and out of home, reaching the NAU market and their parents. All right. Let's talk about budget. AOT is a great partner, as you know. They're our North Star, to be honest. We do leverage the rural co-op program up to it's up to 49,999, and they will match particular buys with that. So we have certainly leveraged that this year during our co-op. Participation was 49,812. I don't think we can get much closer to 49,999. So really trying to get every dollar that we can with them. Next slide. All right, base budget. Looks to be $814,000. I think you all had an opportunity to take a look at this. Not much has changed on the left side. On the right side, this is where we have some one-time programming requests, $130,000 for Route 66, and you can see the costs that add up to that 130,000. So we are looking at, I believe, as you know, that we're looking to host an event on June 6, 2026. I think we talked about it in a previous commission meeting, where we would support, I think it's Hullabaloo that happens over the same date. Is that right? Was it Hullabaloo?
It is, yeah.
Yep. So we would coordinate with them, see if there's some partnerships that we can do. And then we would just do some programming in the public, which includes skywriting, Tiger flag. And then there's funding here for some video production. And I do want to share, and I'm going to try to speak to this very quickly, but a trend in DMO marketing, looking ahead, is it testimonials, if you will, with celebrities, A-list celebrities. It's out of our budget. But with this deep fried video production, we'll be amplifying two messages or two campaign verticals, Route 66 and Dark Skies. And it's a comedic approach. And the influencers that'll be involved are at a higher level. So I really hope to see that come through. Out of home.
We might, he likes that. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
He drinks coffee here.
He does. And he has a slogan for Flagstaff.
Okay.
No.
Yes, he does. He puts that, where am I? Yeah, you know, and what did you say, Cody?
Hey, Danish, I mean, as well as you don't have to face in. Enemy boy.
Okay.
For lower things that we could coordinate on to promote.
I'll take Neil. We'll take Neil
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no,
We're gonna do a Pluto debate.
all day.
It's 10 years since the Pluto flyby this year and 10 years next year since Pluto demotion. So the next 2 years are Pluto. We're looking at Discovery Channel hosting is Pluto a planet debate.
That's great.
We're talking to Neil about either this summer or next, but he looks like he's.
Where does he land on that?
Neil, to be fair, he's quite open to whatever, but you ask him in a public forum, he'll say it's not a planet until we reclassify. But we want Flagstaff to be the stage for those events. Because like you said, celebrity word of mouth is trending really important recently up there with influencers.
Yeah. It's a big,
Yeah. So hoping to get more of those into Flagstaff and perhaps we could coordinate or look at times that would work with everyone's calendar in Flagstaff to make it a city.
yep, like it, like it. Let's see, where else are we on here? Out of home, Phoenix out of home to support seasonality and festivals. And we did do that this year, but it's just a one-time request again. Partnerships with the Flagstaff Symphony Orchestra and their 4th of July, and there's a couple of others that fall under that same request as last year. And then the 20,000 is new, and that's a potential partnership with Visit Sedona for fall, reaching that LA market. And then some help with recruitment marketing for city.
So Lori, your perspective for the Tourism Commission, what did you ask last year for any additional funds to base?
Well, I think that's what I just answered. So the 130,000 for 66 is new, deep fried is new, the 85, the 40, the 14, and the 50 are the same, the 20 is new.
That's fine.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes and no.
I can give you the real number.
Yeah, because you had things that you asked for last year one time that you're not asking for this year. So I'm just asking, the number's about exact same.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really trying to tell you.
Just to put it
In fact, I think it's slightly less.
in for you.
So if you're wondering if this is a big ask, because it's a special year, no. This is pretty typical per year, and I think it's less than last year.
Well, what I was on the budget team for 4 years, and what the budget team would rather us ask for is to use our one-time funding, not our ongoing, because of course you never know what's going to happen with the market. So they're typically going to, if you have it, they're going to let you use your one-time funding to try to do these programs. It's showing the success of these programs to try to get it into ongoing. So to ask for a lot of ongoing normally does not happen because they always want to make sure that we have a threshold in that 5-year plan that doesn't put us in a bind if we have a pandemic or when. So they've just done a really good job of asking for one thing.
I believe it was 221.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, so 221 was last year. Last year, this year is 3-something. And again, this is going to you, but it's also definitely goes into a division review meeting with the budget team, and they're the ones that say yes or no, thank you for the recommendation from commission, and then it goes to council. So it's a big process.
And it'll go year by year. Last year was 221, the year before that is what I'm thinking of, which was more than this. It depends on what we got cooking, what we could do.
I noticed you picked Nevada over Texas for the 85. California, LA, Palm Springs, and
For out of home.
so is that
Well, out of home works best in drive.
for the drive market?
That's why.
And we might, after Councilmember Aslan's recommendation too, and if we can get off of the wait list, we might have to up that number. There's some other boards that come available.
Local.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pardon the interruption. Before I go, I'd like to put on record that I'm making a motion for the Tourism Commission to approve and recommend for approval by the council Discover Flagstaff fiscal year 2026 priorities, objectives, and tactical voting budget requests. And if the Tourism Commission agrees to a consensus of recommendations.
We'll just do an addendum to what.
Yes, addendum. Yeah.
Got it.
So, because the numbers can kind of, I mean, work with maybe for many years. The numbers can
you should switch around, but we're working with the numbers. Yeah, a lot of times what happens at budget teams, they'll say, well, we're gonna give you this and we're gonna let you decide if you need to move it into this or move it over to there, but you can't exceed it. So that's what Regina is talking about.
This question. Internally, do you have flexibility within the program change request if it's approved? Like, I'm just wondering, in a big event year, there might be other community partnerships arise that you don't know about. Are you able to get things around?
The difference is this, if it's not a really big move, we'll just do it internally. If it's a huge move, we're gonna have it come back to a tourism meeting that Trace will share with you.
Okay.
But normally if it's very little, or Lori's like, I was gonna do that buy, but that buy is way not coming up to what I want, or it's too expensive. But I can get this buy instead because they're also gonna give me added value and all this other stuff. Then Laura will make that recommendation to Trace.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's perfect. Do you have anything? So you left me in,
We go to Ryan.
go to Ryan, that's right. So
Thank you, Regina.
Thanks, Regina.
we have one more deck. It's quick.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling. So it's just this little arrow.
That one, yep. I'm sorry, Commissioner Salas missed my part, but you guys can tell her how cool this part was at the end of the day. For the record, yes. Ryan Randazzo, Marketing and Media Relations Project Manager. My goals and objectives, I would summarize this to say is getting good press for Flagstaff, but technically it is to support industry partners and the organization's domestic, international, and group goals by organically pitching stories, assisting the Arizona Office of Tourism and other media sources, and hosting media familiarization tours. I won't go through the objectives because they will be on the slides that follow. Number one, maintain the high level of procured stories at 84 and assisted stories at 74 by supporting the organization's campaigns. What that means is helping the media cover our destination the way we prefer it to be covered. So procured stories are those that we have a heavy hand in the production of those media stories, and assists are exactly that. That's someone who's calling, they're writing a story about breakfast spots. We're not going to influence that a whole lot. You know, we're not going to get them to write about Meteor Crater in that story, but we're going to assist them and direct that story. So we pitch our target markets, the ones that you've spent the last few hours learning about, those places where we have heavy visitation from, and the ones that are growing. We secure influencer partnerships, including travel, dining, breweries, arts, adventure, dark skies, outdoors. Obviously, the Route 66 Centennial. I'll talk about that more in some following slides. And leveraging professional associations, especially the Arizona Office of Tourism. So I've got a couple of examples here. The first one in the top left. So that was Scottsdale City Lifestyle magazine. They reached out and asked last year, do we have any fall beers in Flagstaff that they could highlight? I think that's a success because they highlighted 4 beers and 3 of them were from Flagstaff. So, you know, that's a win for us when we can get our partners, you know, to help us out on short deadline, which media is always operating under, you know, share some content with us and share some photos, and then we can kind of dominate in that space. The next photo there, that's Starlight Lanes, another one I'm particularly proud of because I had pitched Phoenix television stations on Route 66 and the Centennial and started a conversation with that television station, ABC 15, and Zach Perry, extremely talented journalist. And it resulted in them coming up now 4 times to profile different things in Flagstaff, but obviously Starlight Lanes. So a big win for us to get Route 66 content in front of the Phoenix audience. In the top right there, that's a mountain biking publication out of New Mexico. They're nationwide. They're an online publication. And in the bottom right, that probably is the best media hit we've had in my time here in the last year. That's the LA Times. They published that in July. That was a story about how all of the Olympians train here in Flagstaff and will be training here in Flagstaff ahead of the 2028 Olympics. So yes, we are definitely thinking of that, and we are getting the media to think about those things too. And we had pitched the LA Times on everything about Flagstaff, you know, you should come here and see our dining scene. It's really taking off. At the time we had our flights in Los Angeles, the outdoors, the brewery scene, the high altitude training, and that is the one that they bid on. Bottom left there, that's the Arizona Republic in AZ Central. They've been very good friends to us in the past year. And that's just one example. 5 must-try Flagstaff restaurants that are changing the scene. I am not exaggerating. I was in Baja Mar, literally there with another fam eating, and the people at the end of the table were talking to the manager about how they read in the Arizona Republic that they had to come to Baja Mar, which was mentioned in that because it was new at the time.
That is so awesome. And I also want to interject, Fran, on the Radavist partnership that was secured. As we talk about, or refer back to the rule of 5, Sabrina saw a huge lift in one of her digital passports, in the Trails passport, as a result of getting leverage off of this Radavist partnership.
Yeah, thank you for that, Lori. And you bring up an important point that what I do is really support all of the other verticals, right? So I try and get media to write about astrotourism. I try and get the media to focus on breweries. I try and get the media to focus on those out of the way places that we were talking about. You know, which trails? Well, we don't direct them to go hike Mount Humphreys. Like if they're doing that story, we'll talk to them about that. But the Radavist, we brought them out to East Mount Eldon, you know, trails that are very seldom used, that the Flagstaff Trails Initiative wants us to promote because that trailhead is always empty. Not, you know, it's definitely not an overused spot. And that's what they highlighted. And then readers of that publication then link to our content on that. Yeah, New Heart. Some of them were less enthusiastic about climbing that trail than others, but they all did it. All right, I know we're short on time here. Yeah, they got the ride down, so it all worked. They wrote about it more favorably than they talked about it as they were making that climb. Okay, number 2, maintain the high level of hosting 20 media familiarization tours. We're already at that goal for this year. So fiscal year starts in July. We've had 39 journalists visit Flagstaff. I've taken them around. I've either taken them out to Mount Eldon. I've taken them to the breweries, the restaurants, taken them out to breakfast. I've been to Lowell so many times I have lost count, but it's still cool.
I think you worked
And just to support Ryan, we're not interested in raising that goal for him. He's busting at the seams with 20. So
yeah, they also said I could not take the rest of the fiscal year off. So if I meet that goal, so yeah.
True story.
Okay, so here are some examples of fam tours. Again, I'll start in the top left. That journalist, his name is Tim Wild. He's another mountain biking journalist. He had been to Arizona several times and written about it several times. He's written about Sedona and Prescott and Tucson multiple times. And I reached out to him, talked to him. He had never been to Flagstaff. So he came out and we worked with the Arizona Office of Tourism to fly him to the United States, to Arizona. And he did visit some other destinations, including Mesa and Patagonia. But I'm proud to report that he liked Flagstaff so much, he spent an extra day here. I feel like I kind of picked the pocket of Mesa because he skipped a day there to spend more time up here. The top middle, Commissioner Half Moon, I know you're, this might look weird to you because that Pluto telescope is an astrograph that you don't look through with your eye, and the dome is always closed for the most part. Okay, well, that journalist, her husband had actually met Clyde Tombaugh, and this was like a dream of hers to come out and write about astrotourism. So, and she, in her head, thought she wanted to get this picture of looking through that. So we did explain to her that that's not how that piece of equipment works, but she wanted that picture, you know, sort of as a tribute. But her entire itinerary was here for the lunar legacy. So we drove out to the cinder fields and looked at where NASA had used dynamite to recreate the moon landing. We went to Sunset Crater. We obviously went to Lowell. And as with every itinerary, we jammed as much other stuff in there as we could. So as we were driving up to Lowell, I was talking to her about Route 66. We obviously ate at restaurants and try to encourage, you know, broader coverage of the destination. Top right, that is the Arizona Office of Tourism staff. We brought them to town for a Route 66 focused fam. So they got to talk to David Purcell at Museum of Northern Arizona about the history of Route 66, the exhibition that's coming up. They went to Mother Road Brewing. They experienced several other restaurants along the route. We took them to the preservation park, and then we took them out to this nice selfie spot that's out by Walnut Canyon, so that they could better represent when they get phone calls from France and Germany and those places. They could talk about the things that we offer on Route 66. A month later, they did bring 6 international journalists to Flagstaff for another Route 66 focused fam tour. So we already are getting plenty of interest for the Centennial. I've had 3 journalists come to Flagstaff in the past year who were driving the route Chicago to LA and writing about that.
And Brian, I gotta share, I don't know, I think I copied you on the email yesterday. We have a bicyclist out of, is it London, UK? Who wants to come and bike the route.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and he will do it. I mean, he's got the knowledge and wherewithal to do it. Julie, I have to share and just share some appreciation of your staff. David and Route 66, he is just a wealth of knowledge and so incredibly passionate. And then, of course, Sabrina was just recently talking about Kristen. So the team is cherished.
Okay, the rest of these photos, the snow bowl, that bottom left, believe it or not, that was shot in October. I don't know if there's that much snow up there today. Hopefully there is. But another fam, we take journalists there summer and winter. Bottom middle, that was just in November. We had 2 food influencer journalists. One writes for a magazine, one has got his own Instagram following and YouTube, and they came here just for a food focused fam tour. So we took them around. And the bottom right, that is from October, and we had what we called a foodcation. We brought 10 journalists from throughout the Southwest to Flagstaff and 8 for 72 hours straight. I'm still recovering. That is shot at the Weatherford. So again, they were only interested in food. These people, for the most part, write about food. So we ate at 4A, we ate at Fat Bagels, but we kept them busy throughout the day. We were riding the gondola, we were at Lowell, we were taking a Freaky Foot ghost tour. It was so cold that night, hard to think months ago that we had snow and it was cold, that we had to step inside the Weatherford in the middle of that ghost tour. So that's what you're seeing in that last photo there. Moving on. Pitch uniquely Flagstaff stories to top tier publications and networks. Basically, we're just always seeking that opportunity to reach out to the Today Show, to reach out to the LA Times, to the New York Times, to the travel writers at the Wall Street Journal, to the sports writers at the LA Times, to pitch stories that we are hopeful will bring them here to write about whatever it is that those journalists specialize in, but also cover all of the other things that make this such a great destination. Making no budget change requests this year. This is the budget that I adopted when I joined a year ago. Plenty of money. So next slide here. In addition to media relations, I also serve as the Flagstaff Film Commissioner, which means that I help film projects when they come to town. Nobody in this room does this, but since I took this job, I do require my friends and family address me as commissioner. So the goal, create more awareness and drive more demand for productions in Flagstaff. We want to increase the amount of films that are produced here, and we want to increase the local talent that they pull from. You know, it's first we want them to bring their film project here instead of Albuquerque or Tucson even. And when they're here, we want them to use as many local resources as we can. So I'm going to show some examples here. One way we do that is through paid media advertisements, and we're repeating this one this year. So there's a magazine called Compass. It's run by the Location Managers Guild International. We did a banner ad on their website and an email blast in addition to the print ad that I think is passing around, just so you could see what that looked like in print. As a part of that advertising contract, they sent an email to their 1,035 location managers who subscribed to the email. That email received a 71% open rate,
And when they opened it, they saw our ad, the same one that you're seeing on the screen, the same one that's in print. And when they clicked it, it took them to the Discover Flagstaff film site. It was that. You literally opened the email and saw that picture. So it came from the LMGI. And when they opened the email, they saw our advertisement and clicked it, and it directed them then to our website. These are not the huge numbers like we're seeing with our homepage and our train page, right? We're not talking millions, but these are location managers. These are people who, yeah, I mean, so the banner ad on their website got 15,763 impressions. Obviously, not just location managers read that publication, but that's mostly who's subscribing to their emails. And so again, these aren't the millions of numbers. These are just very specifically targeted location managers. I know that chart at the bottom of this is far too small to read, but I think you can see the important part. What it's showing is June to December, and it's all of our film pages. That's all the different lines. And you see all of them bump up there in July. That's when our ad went out. So we have a page on our website that's Flagstaff film locations. It's pictures of places around Flagstaff where if you make movies or commercials or TV shows, you might be interested in knowing. We had 16 people look at that in 2023 at that same 6-month period, and we had 160 people look at it in the same time last year. So we think those are pretty key people and that we're reaching them with those ads. A couple other things that have happened in the past year for film is Candace Shipper, our webmaster. We asked her to make some improvements on our film web pages. Now that we're directing a lot of people to that site, we want to improve that. So we significantly increased the number of location photos. We added a list of everything we could find that's ever been filmed in Flagstaff. And she made what I think is super cool. It's this interactive map of film locations. So if you want to see the lay of the land, you can go on our website, you click on these little markers and the description. So as an example, I pulled up the Chapel of the Holy Dove. If you click on that, it shows you a picture of what that is and who controls the film permitting there. As commissioner, even though it sounds like an extremely lofty title, I only can permit things within the city of Flagstaff. So if it's on private property, I've got to work with private property owner. Lowell is very familiar with this because a lot of people want to film there. If they want to film in the forest, then I need to work with the U.S. Forest Service. So that is important to these location managers. Yes, council member. Yeah, I will have to double check that we have that one on here, but I would definitely call all of this a work in progress. So as an example, we had a location manager just pop into town a few months ago and he wanted lakes and he wanted a lake. And I was talking to him as he was driving in from Page and discussing the lakes, and he was aware of all of, Lake Mary and Ashurst, and he didn't want any of those. And so, 90 minutes later, when he got to town, we took him to the water treatment plant that's like behind Sam's Club, and he loved it. And I swear, I think this is like one of my best prospects of the year is this guy wants to film at that little pond out there. So that was not on our page that morning, and we added that to our page afterwards because it's just he needed it. He wasn't really looking for a lake. He was looking for like a body of water where these people were going to have a fight. That's how it was written in the script, right? So
Seen it. It's pretty cool. You don't expect it to be there. It's like
it is very pretty, actually. Yeah, it doesn't look like a water. It looks like a natural pond, right? It's along the Futs. It's actually a really pretty location. Yeah.
I do want to jump in and add in regards to these website enhancements. Looking at the destination through the lens of a location scout versus what we see through the Discover Flagstaff and tourism lens, you guys, it's very different. And Ryan, I think that this chapel is a perfect example because when shooting a movie, you need different scenes, and we don't have footage of this chapel, and this is just one example, right? Yeah, Blake Williams could be another example. but they look for different things, and our library and the user experience on our website just was not rich enough. And that dog on Candace, she's like boom, boom, boom. And I'm like, the angels are singing right now. And if you have a chance, take a look at the improvements, because again, our website is the number one place people go. Everything we do drives to the website. And the fact that that paid ad created so much engagement just speaks volumes. And it's just really nice to see us further strengthen the stand-up of the film office.
And that's included in the budget that you're not changing.
Nope, we have our own budget there. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Film office has its own budget. We are not asking for any changes there. Most of this goes to advertising, but you know, if a location manager wants to come to town, you know, we'll roll out the red carpet, do everything we can, you know, to bring them here, show them everything that we can possibly show them. So
Based on the success of the ad you did last time, were you planning on the same ad or an increase in that ad?
Increase, I don't know about, we did it twice, right, for this year, so we're
yeah,
gonna.
they only have 4 issues a year. So we're going to advertise in 2 of them. And we are looking at another publication. But that is really the one that keys on location managers. So there's other publications, but their subscribers are like everyone, you know, from the writers to the backlot people, you know, so you're not, I mean, the folks that we want to reach are the ones who pick the location, you know, so.
Folks, we got 3 minutes.
Yep. That's all for me. So thanks.
Thank you. Well done. Next slide.
Yep.
Thank you. That is the next slide. Appreciate it. And Madam Chair, we're hoping that we could further the motion.
Perfect. So we did get a motion. Thank you so much for all the work and time and energy and everything to do this together. It was incredible. Thank you for hosting us. Thanks for being here.
But you know, what is your life chat like the results?
In 20 seconds. I think it's very positive. I mean, looking at what you have accomplished, we have accomplished since, and I call it post-COVID now. Through out so much. I say negativity, but they were telling us basically to be prepared for non-positive numbers, and that's not what we're seeing. We know it's a lot with what you guys are doing to continue to share stories.
And what the industries are doing.
And you're good.
Question before we actually go through that, just so for those that have to go. So there was a motion on the table. With any revisions or changes, can we hear if there's any of those so that we can get those notes down and then we could actually continue?
I didn't hear of any additions or changes. Do we have any information?
The only thing I'd ask for next year, can we get it a little sooner? I didn't even have a chance to review it between yesterday and today.
And we apologize for that, and we recognized it, just so you know. It just was too tough this year. We tried. Wanted to give you a week. We just couldn't. But we could try harder next year.
Okay.
And I asked for the recruitment funds, it was 50K.
Yeah.
What positions were? Or is that a general ongoing?
It's general ongoing.
What we do for the city of Flagstaff, since we're their marketing arm, we help with creating the recruitment for the city as a whole, just including all of our positions. And then HR actually pays the bulk of that money, but we put some money into it so that we can do design work and pay our people to do the design work. If not, it would be like they're working for free.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't know if that was like a specific role we could look for.
No.
Yeah, we're not asking for any new positions this year in tourism.
You.
And then any discussion? Days. Okay.
For the record.
Still. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We appreciate all of you.
These are the photos. Council member Aslan shared from Red Gap Ranch, right? So
Is that on our map?
and check this out. It's got stretch of Route 66.
Are you saying it's already on the list or no?
We'll double check, but that's good to know.
Okay, this was, I got the report back from the ADC influencers that y'all also helped with. We took them to, Mother Road, Dark Sky, Starlight, etc. And they were the ones, the 6 influencers that covered the opening. And it was, I wrote down the numbers for you, 2.46 million impressions
Wow.
from that group. Reach, so 2.1 million who visited the Lowell page from that. 91 posts were created from that because it was the ADC, but it was also Flagstaff stops that we had them go. They stayed at the Americana. All of them stayed there. And then they did Dark Sky, The Road, Starlight. We took them to Teatro for a newer sort of dining experience that we could afford. And there was another stop as well. Oh, Karma and the Mead Hall. So we took them there. We gave them a list and then they picked where they wanted to go for that weekend. So we got 91 posts from that. And then some breakdowns. I was surprised TikTok at 300K for the impressions. Instagram, obviously the heavy lifter there with 2.15 million there. But I wanted to.
That is.
You're the one I saw that.
Yeah, that is amazing.
So
Congratulations.
yeah, that was the opening weekend.
Yeah.
So I want to do another one. We'll do another influencer for iHeart Pluto in February for the pub crawl and the working event for Saturday. So
If any way we can collaborate, let us know.
yeah, let me.
Yeah.
We've got the pub crawls all downtown. It's 9 stops. And it is on Valentine's Day this year. So we're gonna be pushing like Valentine's Day pub crawl kind of